5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden is defending his decision to stay in the presidential race, and the manhunt is over for a cop killer in Texas. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, a high in the upper 80s, stray shower possible tonight, a low near 75. Right now, 75 degrees. Well, President Biden hosted dozens of NATO members during this week's NATO summit in Washington, D.C., and there's a lot of focus on his recent gaffes. Fox's Kevin Corke has more on Decision 2024.
This was meant to be a moment to shine for President Biden to celebrate the strength of the alliance and its ability to keep the peace worldwide. But Biden, while welcoming Ukraine's president, botched the intro in the worst way possible.
Now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Speaking following the 75th anniversary of NATO, the president did his very best to draw a distinction between how he views the alliance and how his predecessor does.
Where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball? I mean, look, he's done virtually nothing.
Still, with polls showing former President Trump with a sizable lead over Biden, doubts about the current president's prospects are growing. That, according to officials and diplomats. In fact, some European leaders took time to tout increases in defense spending.
And President Biden also stumbled as he answered questions at his NATO presser. Another gaffe came as he defended his running mate, Vice President Kamala Harris, answering a question about her fitness to replace him if she had to.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
The list of Democratic lawmakers, meantime, calling for Biden to drop out of the race is growing by the day, especially after that solo press conference. Here's Fox's Matt Finn.
Senate Democrats met with President Biden's top advisors. Fox's Chad Program reports the advisors did not provide any polling data in the meeting, and it ended up just being a fancy campaign pitch that failed to ease any worries. Now, given the historic Biden debacle, there's pressure on House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries to keep the party aligned. Jeffries says House Dems are having candid, clear-eyed conversations about Biden. At the same time, one of the most powerful leaders of the Democratic Party, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, has now publicly signaled she's waiting to see if Biden will drop out of the race after she insisted he would stay in.
There are now a total of 17 Democrats calling for the president to drop out. Well, a suspect is in custody in the shooting death of a Harris County deputy. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez says deputies arrested 44-year-old Ronnie Palmer at a home in the northeast part of the county. Palmer reportedly pistol whipped an employee at a Little Caesars Pizza late Wednesday night.
The customer had become irate because apparently the staff here had given him the wrong order or something to that effect.
After 28-year-old Deputy Fernando Escueda found the suspect's vehicle, he and his patrol unit were hit by gunfire. Escueda later died at the hospital. Palmer is charged with aggravated assault and is a person of interest in Escueda's death. Governor Abbott is calling for an investigation into why so many Texans lost power after Hurricane Beryl made landfall and why it's taking so long to get the lights back on. Over 875,000 remain in the dark with no AC. From a week-long trade mission in Asia, Abbott says he's directing the Public Utility Commission to look into why this sort of thing happens so often in Houston. Well, the White House is waking up to the fact that the southern border could be dangerous.
illegal immigrants from Tajikistan, which is an ISIS recruiting hotbed, will no longer be released into the country. Congressman Tony Gonzalez says that's a good start.
You think the only threat in the world is Tajikistan? No one even knows where Tajikistan is. There are so many threats.
Texas border Republican wants more nations to be added to the heightened threat level list. Hundreds of people from Tajikistan have crossed the border this year. The vast majority were given a court date and released. 8 were arrested in New York, California, and Pennsylvania for suspected ties to ISIS. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And the death of a 12-year-old Houston girl who was allegedly killed by 2 illegal immigrants may lead to big changes in immigration policy. Senator Ted Cruz filed a bill that would ban the release of those caught sneaking across the border if there are detention beds available.
And there were over 3,000 open beds they could have put these criminals in, but instead they let them go.
The Texas Republican says if migrants are released, then there should be continuous GPS monitoring. The so-called Justice for Jocelyn Act would also impose curfew restrictions on those released into the country while they wait to see a judge. Men accused of killing Jocelyn Nungary face the death penalty if convicted. Well, CNBC is out with its annual ranking of the top states for business, and Texas came in third. NBC reporter Scott Cohn says low rankings for quality of life and education kept Texas out of the top spot.
There's also a lot of things that Texas does really, really well, like workforce and technology and innovation. The chip sector is so important right now. And Texas, of course, the birthplace of the semiconductor, did really well, tied for first with New York.
Texas also got a positive ranking for the state's economy. Overall, Virginia came in first place, followed by North Carolina. And National French Fry Day is today. Several local restaurants are marking the occasion by offering special deals. Look for specials at Bar Louie, Burger King, Raising Cane's, Wayback Burgers, Wendy's, and Whataburger, among others. It is 5:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. It is a Friday, a red Friday, as you can see behind me. On Fridays, we wear red to remember everyone deployed. Ainsley Earhart wearing red on Fox News Channel in solidarity with Military City, USA. Jacob, welcome in.
Good morning, Jacob. Good morning, everybody.
Charity McCurdy posting in here. You got to like that. I was going to
RK's already in.
RK's in here. Very nice.
Yeah. All right. We haven't even opened it up and we got 2 already.
Beautiful. Hey, Joe, welcome in, man. Thanks for joining us on the YouTube stream. Good to see you. Come for the chopped liver. Stay for the eye candy. Mr. T and I are chopped liver. Yeah, Echo, I was going to, and Tim, today I was going to stop caffeine. I will after, I have a client meeting
9 o'clock.
at 9, which I didn't know about till late yesterday. So I figure I need to be coherent. All next week, I won't, starting tomorrow and all next week, no caffeine for me.
Eho.
So it'll be,
stand by,
it'll
Chris.
be an adventure. Here we come. So Joe, charity is the eye candy. Mr. T and I are chopped liver. Here we go. Welcome into this 12th day of July 2024, 3 days until the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, 14 days until the Victor Wembanyama Olympics in Paris, 38 days until the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. That should be interesting. 57 days until Taylor Swift's boyfriend opens up the NFL season against the Baltimore Ravens. 60 days until the second presidential debate, and 116 days until the 2024 election, when America finally comes together as one. Now, those are all big days, but today's a pretty big day, too. Today is the day we have been working for all week long. Today is Friday!
Oh, Friday-luya. Good.
You did it. We did it. We made it till Friday. Call all your friends. Run naked through the neighborhood.
Woo!
Drive down Commerce naked and honk your horn until the police officer stops you. It is Friday. We made it. I know we say it already all the time, Charity and Mr. T, but I really needed this Friday to get here, and I feel so much better now.
Yeah, you and me both. It seemed like this week took a really long time to get here. And I think it was because of last week. It was a holiday week. And so when you have to work a full work week, the outrage.
The outrage is true. A whole week, 5 whole days in a row. I cannot believe that they make us do this.
Yes. And we got so much to talk about today. We all watched it last night. Probably everybody listening to us watched it. If you didn't, we'll fill you in. But President Joe Biden, I said this to Mr. T, Charity. Here was a huge day for him, the NATO summit wrapping up and that press conference. And we heard it on the news. The two things he will be remembered for, or the two things that most people remember from yesterday, is calling Ukrainian President Zelensky Putin and calling Kamala Harris Trump. My God.
And I just recoiled. The cringe that follows. We knew that this was likely to happen, some sort of misstep or gaffe. But I mean, these are kind of pretty big ones, although he did correct himself immediately when he realized that he called Zelensky Putin. But that whole Kamala Harris being called Vice President Trump, that just went right over his head. He continued on. But for the most part, as far as the substance of what he had to say prior to taking questions, seemed to be good. It seems like he was able to talk about a lot of policy, which he wasn't able to during the debate last month. So there is that. I guess you could say his performance on that front was better. But I think it's just too little too late.
We got a lot to talk about. Let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun this morning. Scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, overcast, a stray shower or thunderstorm possible. Highs in the low 90s. And on Sunday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the low 90s. It is 75 degrees in Alamo Ranch, 75 in Von Ormy, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:14.
San Antonio's first news on a Red Friday, as we wear red to remember everyone deployed. It's also a Friday with Beamer. Randy Beamer will join us in the 8 o'clock hour. Can't wait for that. And we'll be talking a lot with you about what we witnessed yesterday from President Joe Biden with that press conference. And before that, his closing comments at the NATO summit. Now, to be fair, Charity, and you know this, and Mr. T knows this, and a lot of our listeners know this, Joe Biden has always been a gaffe machine. He was in 2020. He was in 2010. He was in 2000 and earlier. And he's not the first guy to screw up somebody's name. Even Donald Trump referred to Nikki Haley as Nancy Pelosi. I mean, we can find a lot of instances of Donald Trump screwing up somebody's name. But as I mentioned yesterday, with these gaffes, there is so much more scrutiny now because people are looking at Joe Biden through the lens of, are you too elderly? Are you losing your faculties? Are you fit to be commander in chief? And that's what gets him this time.
Yeah, and I think a majority of the questions asked by reporters following at that NATO presser was about his mental acuity, his ability to carry on another 4 years, and just growing concerns within his own party about their ability to beat former President Trump in November.
Yeah, and I don't think his if he hadn't done the performance that he had in the debate, I don't think the eyes up would have been so hard on him. In his press conference. But after we saw that, and it disturbed a lot of people because it looked like he was lost. And he kept getting lost when it was going to the reporters' names. He kept forgetting where he put that little piece of paper on his podium. And it was not a good look. It was not a good look. And I just don't see how he can go on.
We will talk a lot about this from all angles. In fact, we'll ask you about it as we roll forward on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Don't go anywhere. It might be a bumpy ride this Friday morning. WOAI News Time 516.
All right, we're back. That was too cool. That was too cool. The dad, the home run comes right to him and he drops it. The usher goes and gets it for him and brings it to his kid. That is great. Way to go. Good job.
Joe, I am drinking, am I community coffee or Folgers? I'll drink any coffee. I often get like the Starbucks ground, but this is, God, what's the name of it?
He's a coffee snob.
I'm not a coffee snob. And I'm like Joe Biden. I'm forgetting the name of this coffee that I'm drinking.
Well, it's probably written on a card someplace.
Yeah. It'll come to me. But usually it's like Starbucks Colombian ground coffee. But this one is a little, I found a different variety that is not Starbucks at HEB. Oh, it's bulletproof coffee.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, this is bulletproof coffee.
Is good.
Yeah.
It
was
good.
supposed to have like added things to help your brain.
But it's good.
And my brain needs all the help it can get. So.
Hello. 24 is our out.
Wow. Okay. Let me
Yep.
Let me pass that along. So this will be a 30-second segment.
It doesn't matter because
yes, he is.
And we're back.
Yep.
Look at you, Travis. 3-day work week last week, a 2-day work week this week. You should be bragging. Look, Sam's taking your slack, man. He's going to stay fully caffeinated for you.
Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that.
It's the little things that listeners do, Chris.
Thank you.
Hello. Oh, you know what we could be like Biden's press conference in song.
So 5:24.
Yes.
My God, this will be 30 seconds.
I know. We're not going to have much time at all.
Okay. We'll do the best we can.
Mm-hmm. Stand by.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Oh, the list of Democrats calling for President Biden to resign continues to grow. Governor Abbott is calling for an investigation into why so many Texans lost power after Hurricane Beryl. And Selena's Hollywood Walk of Fame star has been vandalized twice. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Some rain in the forecast this weekend. How much and when? We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 73 degrees here at the Radio Ranch. WOAI News Time, 522.
San Antonio's first news. Yesterday, a huge day for President Joe Biden. We are reacting from all angles. We'll be bringing in the experts, including White House correspondent John Decker, who was in the room yesterday for that press conference. He joined. When does he join us this morning, Mr.
640.
640. So that'll be in the next hour. All right. So we're going to ask you as well. How do you rate the performance of President Joe Biden yesterday? What do you think will be next for him? What do you think the Democrats will do? On the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, Charity McCurdy, how do they get to us?
The free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI, hit the red circle. That's the Talkback button. You have 30 seconds to let us know, did Biden's NATO presser help or hurt him?
Yeah, I think it hurt him. I think it hurt him a lot. And I think he's going to be stubborn, though. I don't think he's going to go out easy. And I just don't know what his future will be after what we've seen lately.
Yeah, I think the dam has burst in the Democratic Party. There was a prominent Democratic congressman. I forget his name.
Jim Himes.
Thank you for that. Say that again because I spoke over you.
Jim Himes.
Jim Himes. The moment, essentially, within like 2 minutes, that press conference ended, he put out an official statement calling, praising Joe Biden for the accomplishments he has made, but asking for him to step down. And more have followed since. And I just think the critical mass has been reached. There are unconfirmed reports that Nancy Pelosi is going to meet with Barack Obama to try to figure out what to do next. Charity, I got a feeling the writing is on the wall and the end is near for President Joe Biden.
But it's really hard to predict because when you consider all the questions the president fielded last evening about him remaining in this race, I mean, he sounds totally committed that he is willing to stay in this race, that he has got more gas in the tank, and that he wants to finish the job. That it's not about his legacy; it's about finishing the job he started. So it almost sounds like he is gonna stay in this race no matter what, and is going to continue to ignore the calls from, I guess, 17 Democrats now.
Yeah, I did notice his tone change from the George Stephanopoulos interview to last night. I'll talk more about that. We're running a little bit late. But I think he was more open to, we'll talk about it. WOAI News Time, 525.
And we're back.
We are back. Happy birthday, Dr. Caroline.
Oh, it's her birthday?
Hello.
Yeah, I know. But see, she can wear them like that. She looks good in them. Wow. Well.
All right. So what are we doing at 5:40? Let's see.
Biden's press
Biden,
conference.
yeah. Gotcha.
I've got audio.
Oh, good.
When we get to charity, I'll figure out which one we're going to use. I think we'll play the end of the press conference. Yeah. It's Amelia's birthday too, Chris.
Happy birthday, Amelia. We're watching Ken's 5. They're showing birthday photos.
Birthday wishes.
Yeah.
For everyone.
Ronan, everybody. Happy birthday, Ronan.
Ronan and Rudy.
Happy birthday, Rudy.
Rudy.
Welcome, everybody, into the live video stream. Good to have you here. Yeah, so there's a lot of questions. If he does step aside, if it is Kamala Harris, does he, because if you want the Democrats to win, you give Kamala Harris incumbency.
Yes.
You make her President Kamala Harris now. If he said, I'll step aside, but I'm going to serve out my term, you're not giving her incumbency. Because a lot of the questions yesterday were, can she be president?
Yep.
He kept coming back and saying, I wouldn't have picked her if I didn't think she could be president. If you're on the Democratic team, you would want her to be President Kamala Harris going into that second debate, going into that election.
Which means, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I still don't think there's going to be a second debate.
If he stepped aside, you'd have to have a debate of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
That would be
If he steps
awesome.
aside on Tuesday, if he steps aside with the Austin speech on Monday,
I just
and
don't
some
think
are
he's going
saying,
to. It just sounds like he's not going to.
but he was much less defiant yesterday than he was on Monday and previously in the George Stephanopoulos press conference. I did see some panelists yesterday say Lyndon Johnson dropped out of the race and chose not to run in 1968. That and pass the torch to the next generation of Democrats. That it would be an appropriate place to do that at the LBJ library. I don't think that's going to happen there, but
I don't either. Makes too much sense. We can't have sense.
But the
Sense will not
dam
come
is
in.
burst and the number keeps growing.
So if it is Kamala, who's going to be your vice president?
Great question.
I mean, seriously. I mean, that's a big.
Oh, yeah. Great question. You probably pick somebody from a swing state that you would hope to get some help from.
Yeah.
So in other words, I don't think you'd go with Gavin Newsom.
No.
because you got
That'll hurt you.
California
That'll hurt you more than it helps you.
Right. I think you probably pick somebody from one of those swing states.
Yeah. Yeah. We've said this, I don't know how many times now, but we are living in history.
Yeah. Well, and you think about it, the first, the oldest president in American history, and the first time, I know, Reagan reportedly had the early stages of Alzheimer's while in office, but they shielded him, and a lot of people didn't know. But the first time that you are seeing a sitting U.S. president scrutinized by his own party.
And right in
for
front of your
being
eyes,
too old.
yes,
Yes.
right in front of his our eyes, we've seen him age. We've seen
Yeah.
him lose his faculties.
Yeah.
We've seen him just not do a good job.
Yeah.
All right, Charity McCurdy coming up in 30 seconds. Enjoy.
.531 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden returns to the campaign trail amid growing pressure to bow out of the race. And the number of power outages in the Houston area is now under 1 million. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, a high in the upper 80s. Stray shower possible tonight, a low near 75. Right now, 75 degrees. Well, President Biden remains committed to his re-election bid, dismissing concerns from fellow Democrats. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Putting a bow on a NATO summit overshadowed by his domestic political challenges, President Biden says he is staying in the race to finish the job he started.
There's so much we can do still, and I'm determined to get it done.
In a news conference here, the president says he believes he is the most qualified to beat former President Trump, but understands the concerns of Democrats.
So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving.
The only scenario the president says that would change his mind is if he's told there's no way he can win, but adds no poll says that. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And the president stumbled a few times during that presser as he answered questions over calls to step down. The president blamed his CNN debate performance on exhaustion due to a busy schedule.
If you looked at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign, in the debate, I mean, my schedule has been full bore.
The president also says he's willing to have his cognitive ability tested.
I've taken 3 significant and intense neurological exams by a neurologist. In each case, as recent as February. And they say I'm in good shape.
Among the notable gaffes yesterday was introducing Ukraine's Zelensky as President Putin and referring to Kamala Harris as Vice President Trump. Well, a manhunt is over for the suspect in the ambush murder of a Houston area deputy who was shot and killed late Wednesday. Here's Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez.
A collective sigh of relief by everyone that's gathered here and beyond, by those that can't join us, with the arrest of a wanted suspect, Ronnie Palmer Jr.
28-year-old deputy Fernando Escueda died at a local hospital. Palmer is also wanted for aggravated assault as investigators accuse him of pistol whipping a Little Caesars restaurant worker over a wrong order. As power outages from Hurricane Beryl get restored throughout the Houston area, Governor Abbott is calling for a probe into CenterPoint Energy's handling of it.
Abbott is still overseas on an economic development trip in Asia, but tasked the Public Utility Commission to investigate why it's taking so long to fix the power distribution issues from the hurricane and other such weather events.
We are always going to have big storms in this area. We have lots of trees that hit power lines. That's going to happen. but we have to be sure that they were prepared as they should have been before.
And Patrick says barrel debris removal is double of the derecho in May that damaged windows in downtown Houston. There are allegations CenterPoint did not do enough to remove tree growth from power lines. Eric Lankham, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
San Antonio police are investigating the death of a 2-year-old boy who was found floating in a pool at a Northside apartment complex. Officers responded yesterday morning to a missing person report at the villas of Vista del Norte. Amari Joby was found in the swimming pool of the gated community. His mother performed CPR until the ambulance arrived. The boy was later pronounced dead at a local hospital. An Ohio mom is dead after trying to stop someone from stealing her car with her young son inside.
Columbus police say the 29-year-old mother was picking up her 6-year-old son from a babysitter, but left the car running with the child inside while retrieving something from the house. That's when she saw her car backing out into the street. Witnesses say she jumped on the hood, but was thrown off as the thief tried to drive away. She was rushed to the hospital, where she later died. The car with the child inside was recovered in a nearby parking lot. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Well, no word yet about a suspect or motive in the vandalism of Selena Starr on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The legendary Tejano singer-star was found smeared with black paint on Monday, along with those of actress Heidi Conklin and musician Jenny Rivera. Fans cleaned up the paint as best they could, but Selena's and Rivera's stars were found vandalized again on Tuesday. The Hollywood Chamber of Commerce reportedly hired professionals to clean up the mess. Actress Shelley Duvall has died at the age of 75. She starred in several beloved movies after being discovered by director Robert Altman's crew in the 1970s.
You just have to find something that you love doing and make a living at it.
According to multiple reports, Duvall died in her sleep due to complications from diabetes at her home in Blanco, just north of San Antonio. She's best known for her role in the horror classic The Shining. Duvall turned to producing it in the 80s, creating children's programming. She passed just 4 days after her 75th birthday. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money in the world of business. We say good morning to Dan Schwartzman live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Dan. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather now.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy, Charlie Parker in the next hour with Those Were the Days. I'm Chris Duell. Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. He's also directing our YouTube live video stream. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. You can find us. There's a live chat in there as well. We're reacting to President Joe Biden's press conference yesterday, and even the ending of the press conference was just a little bit funky.
I'm telling you.
I promise it was.
Earlier, you misspoke in your opening answer. You referred to Vice President Harris as Vice President Trump. Right now, Donald Trump is using that to mock your age and your memory. How do you combat that criticism from tonight?
Listen to him.
This concludes tonight's press conference. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone.
An odd ending.
Yeah, very odd.
I'm guessing the listen to him was, maybe along the lines of talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Maybe that's what he was trying to refer to. But Charity, picking up what we were talking about in the previous segment about will he stay or will he go? I did notice a change in tone yesterday, and I think it's because President Biden from Monday to Thursday and from the George Stephanopoulos press conference that happened on Friday of the previous week, I think he knows many more Democrats, people in his own party, are calling for him to step aside. A couple of the things that struck me yesterday was, first and foremost, when the moment in the press conference when he said, if his aides came up to him, his staff said, you cannot win in answer to a question, then he would consider stepping aside. We heard nothing like that previously from him. Then there was the moment when he was asked about his delegates at the Democratic National Convention, would they be free to vote as they wanted? And he said they could. Those were a couple of things that I think softened his tone in general, I think, was softer on that question than previously.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you're right. Behind the scenes, they may be figuring out what to do. There are reports that Biden's campaign is testing head-to-head matchups of Vice President Kamala Harris against former President Trump. And there are indications already that swing state polls have worsened alarmingly with Biden staying in the race so far. So I think we're going to see perhaps some fireworks next week during the RNC.
Yeah, I think you will see some fireworks next week in the RNC. Plus, now Joe Biden could be a hero in the Democratic Party if he did what you said, Chris, by resigning, appointing Kamala Harris as the president, and letting her go as the incumbent against Donald Trump. He would become a hero in the Democratic Party. Right now, he's not such a hero. He's holding progress up. I think that's what they're seeing.
Yeah, and somebody brought up in the press conference his legacy. And if he stays and refuses to step aside and then loses to Donald Trump, his legacy, Charity, to me becomes the guy who aged badly in office. Yep. And we talked about the landslide possibility yesterday, perhaps cedes the presidency, the House, and the Senate to the Republicans.
And all the blame will fall on President Biden and his refusal to listen to his fellow Democrats and drop out of the race, step aside. The list is only growing. We're up to 17, I think, now.
Yes.
And yesterday, following that NATO press conference, it was Jim Himes, who is the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, who praised the president, said that he is a remarkable leader of unparalleled public service, but said it is time to go.
Yeah, it is time to go. I think that they cannot go forward with him there. But you know who wants him to stay? The Republicans.
Trump, yeah.
The Republicans in the Trump campaign want him to stay there, and that he's playing right into their hands right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating weekend. It'll be a fascinating week next week, of course, with the Republican National Convention getting underway. And we are your Decision 2024 headquarters right here at 1200 WOAI. Coming up, flashback. We'll go back in time, and a little bit later this half hour, we're going to hear from you on President Biden's performance yesterday at that press conference. WOAI News Time, 546. What can I tell you?
I know.
Mm-hmm. Sob parlor. What is that?
You go there and cry.
Seriously?
No, seriously. Yeah. It's like the third time I've seen it. And look, see?
So you pay them.
Yeah, see, instead of just going into your house.
A place to cry. Wow. How Gen Z, Gen
Exactly.
Millennial is that? I need to go to a sob parlor as opposed to just, if you need to cry, cry wherever you are or cry at home. You don't need a sob parlor. That's the story on Ken's 5 we're looking at right now.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
yeah, I
hello.
will say, though, the outfit there, we're looking at the anchors. A jacket, doesn't
Yeah,
it look like a winter look as opposed to a
maybe
July
it's cold
12th
in
look?
that studio.
No, I know that.
I know.
But it's television.
Yes, you know what? So sorry, put on a sundress, girl. Come on.
It's in you dress for on television. Even though it's cold in your studio, you need a.
Yeah, this ain't radio, lady.
All right, yeah, radio. Nobody cares, especially if you chopped liver.
Exactly.
You know,
Oh,
we're
my
freezing in our studio,
God.
but we're not on television.
Well, we kind of are though, but yeah.
Tommy Miller wrote me on, and maybe all of us. I saw him show up on my phone emailed me. It just came to me.
Yeah.
I am listening on the radio app, so I won't be on the YouTube stream. Tell everyone good morning. I'm going to play golf this morning. So
All right.
Tommy Miller, that was cool of him.
Right on.
Tommy Miller with a shout out via email to everybody in the chat on the YouTube. I will write him back. And you got the pags I sent you?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't listened
No
to it
Ginny
yet.
James though.
Say what?
I didn't get a Ginny James from anybody, so then I have it on the rundown.
More
but
time
we're-
for us.
I know. So we need to take it off. I'll take it off the rundown. I'll go reprint another one because can't be wrong.
I think she sent an email out over the weekend, last weekend, saying she was going to be out of town this week.
Oh.
And no, I think.
She hasn't sent me an email ever, so even though I was the one sitting next to her when she brought this up. I asked Charity, and Charity didn't have one either, so.
Okay. Bottom.
I know. Now, if she took that jacket off, I wonder what it looks like. Stand by.
All right. It is time to go back in time, but what year will we land in? See if you can figure it out. We'll try to figure it out. Let's play flashback. At the turn of the century, Charity, I think you were a big Britney Spears fan. Am I right?
No, I mean, no. I mean, but she was peaking around that time.
She
for
was
sure.
the thing at the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, she was.
I have no idea on this one.
Well, I'm a big Kathy Lee fan, so I'm going to go
course.
with 2000.
Wow.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm going to go with your adoration for Kathy Lee Gifford. 2000 it is. Let's find out. Tim Merriman.
I was just guessing.
Nobody knows Kathy Lee Gifford like Mr.
See,
T.
I remember when she was on Name That Tune.
Wow,
Way
you go
back.
way back.
Yeah.
And I always loved that show.
So did
Name
I.
That Tune.
So did
We
I.
should bring that back. We should play that on this show someday or not.
Yes.
Yes, let's do it. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, more than a dozen congressional Democrats are calling on President Biden to drop out of the race. The San Antonio Police Department is sending help to Houston following Hurricane Beryl, and a proposed law named after a murdered Houston girl would improve detention of illegal immigrants. We'll have details coming up right now. Traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun this morning. Scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy skies, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the low 90s. Sunday, cloudy skies early, a partial clearing. Highs in the low to mid 90s. It is 75 degrees at City Base, 75 in Hollywood Park, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:53.
San Antonio's first news. We are on YouTube. Dive in there with us. Look for at 1200 WOAI on YouTube. We are reacting with you to what we witnessed last night, that press conference by President Joe Biden. Here's one thing that strikes me, and before we play the talkbacks, Charity and Mr. T, if this press conference happened a year ago, it was a Joe Biden press conference.
Yeah, definitely.
He's
Definitely.
a gaffe machine.
Yeah.
He stutters. That God bless him. God bless anybody who stutters. He stutters. He stammers. He makes a few mistakes. He recovers. He knows a lot of substance on foreign and domestic affairs. I don't think we would have thought twice about this a year ago because of that debate performance and all the scrutiny on his cognitive ability. We look at it now through a completely different lens.
I agree, but I do think it's a pretty major gaffe to call Ukraine's president Vladimir Putin, considering they're at war right now.
Although seconds later, as you have said, he corrected himself.
Yes, but then also the whole Kamala Harris, Vice President Trump gaffe. I mean, they were kind of major ones, I would say.
I agree.
But as far as substance and his ability to kind of expand on policy and what he considers his achievements, I thought were great. It was something that he was unable to do in last month's debate.
Yeah, but that was a difference because there was a teleprompter for the press conference before he started taking questions. When he took questions and had to go off the cuff, that's when he suffered.
Huge
Big
point.
suffer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll play the talkbacks here in a moment, but Charity, remind people if they want to sound off on the president's performance last night during the debate, how do they get to us?
The free iHeartRadio app, download it if you don't have it already from the App Store, and you search 1200 WOAI, hit the red circle. That's the talkback button, 30 seconds to let us know.
Now, I've got to give RK credit because even before we started the show, he sent this one in.
RK's back, Jack. Well, apparently Oatmeal Brains doesn't realize before you start a golf game, you got to put your name and date on your card. Oh, okay, everybody. We got to watch these idiots like a hawk. Now make that an American bald eagle. Have a great one. Bye.
In the morning would not be complete without RK.
It wouldn't.
I just always enjoy RK's perspective.
All right, here's another one.
Good morning, everybody. This whole situation with Biden and the presidential race has me troubled. If the Democratic Party really doesn't want him as the nominee, well, then the convention's coming up. Let's just not nominate him. It's just a mark of our society and the way this two-party system works. It's all about let's beat the other guy, not about what we can do for the country. And I think that's wrong. Anyway, hey, he should probably step down. Y'all have a great day.
Very thoughtful.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yes.
very thoughtful talk back.
It's very frustrating. I mean, and I think polls show that a majority of Americans did not want this rematch, which looks like it's going to happen. Well, maybe not. I don't know.
maybe not.
Well, yeah, and I would say to that, all the more reason if the Democrats changed horses, because we heard that a year ago, and we heard that 2 years ago. That America did not want the same matchup. You solve a number of problems.
Exactly.
You go with a younger candidate, you go to a newer generation, you eliminate any concerns about cognitive ability. Yeah, that would be big.
All right, here's one more.
All right, so I did a little thinking on this, and here's what's going to happen once the spin doctors figure it out. They're going to make Biden step down from the nomination for the next presidency. And not only that, they're going to make him step down from the current presidency and let him instill Kamala as the first black president of the United States. We're garnering a ton more support for the Democratic Party in the upcoming election.
Although that would be wrong.
Well, black, maybe he meant black female president of
Yeah.
the United States and first female. That would be huge.
Yeah, I mean, and Biden's campaign is apparently testing those head-to-head matchups of Kamala against Trump. So apparently they might be preparing for that scenario.
And here is the first installment of Where in the World is Stephen from Lytle?
Hey guys, Stephen from Lytle. Today we leave about 9:30 from the San Antonio airport, have a layover in Charlotte, North Carolina, and at about 4:30 we leave to Paris, France. We land at 6 a.m. local time, and we go right into a walking tour of Paris and drive by the Notre Dame Cathedral, which they're still rebuilding. And so it'll be day one of Where in the World is Stephen from Lytle. Y'all have a great weekend. I'll see you from Paris.
Episode 1, Charity.
I
Where in the
love it.
world? He'll be in Paris later today.
That was definitely a life-changing experience when I was able to travel in Europe. I mean, it's just so incredible what you're able to see and experience. The food is amazing.
We'll talk about a whole lot more. Charity's got everything you need to know at the top of the hour. WOAI news time is 5:59.
Just wanted to make sure.
John Decker coming up in the 6 o'clock hour at 6:40. He was in the room where it happened for you Hamilton fans yesterday. I got to go watch Hamilton again. It's been too long. The reason I got Disney Plus.
Actually, the reason I got it was for Get Back.
Yeah, I already had it when Get Back happened.
I'll get it. Amber Alert.
Wow, I didn't get one.
Oh. Mm. You want to stick with the power outage, or you want to go back to this?
I gotta feel. I just at the moment I think Biden's a little more compelling, but I can do either.
How about if we just mention the power outages and then go right into Biden?
Sure.
You know what I mean? Power's still out for about 1.2 million people in
Is
Houston.
that an accurate number? 1.2? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And that way we're kind of covering everything.
Sure.
Just say over a million, because they're saying 1.2 one place, 1.1 another place.
Okay.
Over a million. Now here's the actual. It says over a million customers of CenterPoint Energy in the Houston, Texas area still without power yesterday. Company said that at least 350,000 would remain without power through the weekend. So they're planning to restore
6 o'clock
about
is our time. San
650,000 today.
Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden is defending his decision to stay in the presidential election, and the manhunt is over for a cop killer in Texas. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, a high in the upper 80s, stray shower possible tonight, a low near 75. Right now, 77 degrees. Well, President Biden hosted dozens of NATO members during this week's NATO summit in Washington, D.C., and there's a lot of focus on his recent gaffes. Fox's Kevin Corke has more on Decision 2024.
This was meant to be a moment to shine for President Biden to celebrate the strength of the alliance and its ability to keep the peace worldwide. But Biden, while welcoming Ukraine's president, botched the intro in the worst way possible.
Now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Speaking following the 75th anniversary of NATO, the president did his very best to draw a distinction between how he views the alliance and how his predecessor does.
Where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball? I mean, look, he's done virtually nothing.
Still, with polls showing former President Trump with a sizable lead over Biden, doubts about the current president's prospects are growing. That, according to officials and diplomats. In fact, some European leaders took time to tout increases in defense spending.
And Biden also stumbled as he answered questions at the NATO presser. Another gaffe came as he defended his running mate, Vice President Kamala Harris, answering a question about her fitness to replace him if she had to.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
And the list of Democratic lawmakers calling for Biden to drop out of the race is growing by the day.
Senate Democrats met with President Biden's top advisors. Fox's Chad Program reports the advisors did not provide any polling data in the meeting, and it ended up just being a fancy campaign pitch that failed to ease any worries. Now, given the historic Biden debacle, there's pressure on House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries to keep the party aligned. Jeffries says House Dems are having candid, clear-eyed conversations about Biden. At the same time, one of the most powerful leaders of the Democratic Party, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, has now publicly signaled she's waiting to see if Biden will drop out of the race after she insisted he would stay in.
And there are now a total of 17 Democrats calling for the president to drop out. Well, a suspect is in custody in the shooting death of a Harris County deputy. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez says deputies arrested 44-year-old Ronnie Palmer in Northeast Harris County at a home. Palmer reportedly pistol whipped an employee at Little Caesars Pizza late Wednesday night.
A customer had become irate because apparently the staff here had given him the wrong order or something to that effect.
After 28-year-old Deputy Fernando Escueda found the suspect's vehicle, he and his patrol unit were hit by gunfire. Escueda later died at the hospital. Palmer is charged with aggravated assault and is a person of interest in Escueda's death. Well, Governor Abbott is calling for an investigation into why so many Texans lost power after Hurricane Beryl made landfall and why it's taking so long to get the lights back on. Over 875,000 remain in the dark with no AC from a week-long trade mission in Asia. Abbott says he's directing the Public Utility Commission to look into why this sort of thing happens so often in Houston. Well, more traffic headaches are in store for San Antonio drivers this weekend.
TxDOT says going I-10 Loop 1604 expansion project, Loop 1604 westbound will be closed from Lock Hill Selma Road to I-10. The eastbound Loop 1604 will also be closed at the interchange along with the eastbound exit ramp to I-10. The closures start at 9 p.m. tonight and run through Monday, 5 a.m. Police will be on hand to direct traffic. Avoid the area if possible. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, an astronaut who worked in the Apollo program and is one of the first space shuttle commanders has died. Joe Engle, a retired Air Force Major General, died at his home in Houston. He was 91. A Kansas native, Engle was the only astronaut to pilot the X-15 fighter jet and the space shuttle. Well, National French Fry Day is today, and several local restaurants are marking the occasion by offering special deals. Look for specials at Bar Louie, Burger King, Raising Cane's, Wayback Burgers, Wendy's, and Whataburger, among others. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Steve DeRocco is in here, the original rock. And Kemper, if you're still here on the way out, thanks for hanging out with us. We will see you soon. Always enjoy your... Don't we have a Kemper talkback that's still to be played? Yes.
Yes, we do, Chris.
Steve DeRocco, the rock. Let's see. Let's synchronize our birthday countdown. His birthday is July 18th. That is
6 days.
6 days from now. Applying the John J. Holmes High School
There we go.
mathematics.
At least there was no pie.
Yes.
You know, I didn't get a Slurpee yesterday. I forgot all about it.
Isn't that 2 days old? We
At
knew they were
least.
identified.
Yeah. Oh, you're just recapping, you know.
Okay. They're showing the Sonic murder suspects identified on
Good
Ken's
morning,
5.
Kay.
We knew that.
We'll
Good
catch
morning,
him,
Kay.
man. Arrest him.
So Steve DeRocco, according to Doug McCoy, and since you're leaving town on your birthday, we're doing something on Wednesday, July 17th at the San Antonio Polar Bear Club official swimming pool. My understanding. Wow, Travis met astronaut Joe Engle.
Oh,
when
wow.
He was at Edwards Air Force Base in the 1980s. How
Yep.
cool is that?
Yeah, you know he just died, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
She just reported.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
I wasn't listening to her.
Yeah.
I just
But I
knew
knew
it.
that yesterday.
So did I.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to interview Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah.
Which was so, I just love that guy. Thank you, Steve DeRocco.
It's a bummer John Decker didn't get to ask a question.
I know. I kept sitting
I
there.
was there
going,
waiting
Decker,
too, man. Yeah.
Decker.
John Decker.
I thought it was gonna happen too.
So did I. Stand by.
San Antonio's first news on a Red Friday, as we all wear red to remember everyone deployed. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. At 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker, he was in the room where it happened yesterday for that press conference. Lots to talk about with him. Meanwhile, in Houston, that power outage continues for over 1 million CenterPoint Energy customers still without power. And Charity, they say that 350,000 of those customers will still not have power throughout the weekend.
Yeah, throughout the state of Texas, over 1 million are without power. But in the Houston area specifically, it's now down to just over 875,000. But we're being told that a lot of those Houston residents won't have their service restored until next week. Apparently, efforts to restore service were hampered yesterday because there were some strong thunderstorms and heavy rain in the area. And keep in mind, I mean, there's utility crews from all over, including San Antonio, helping out in the Houston area. But this is just an absolutely miserable situation. I have family that lives in the Galveston area. They have a little baby, and they are headed to San Antonio to stay with family where they have AC. Temperatures are like 88 degrees at night inside these homes without any AC. And if you've ever lost power for a night, you know how absolutely horrendous that can be.
Let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun this morning. Scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy skies, a stray shower or thunderstorm possible. Highs in the low 90s. Then on Sunday, cloudy skies early, followed by a partial clearing. Highs in the low to mid 50s. 73 degrees in New Braunfels, 75 in Kirby, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 612.
San Antonio's first news as we continue to react to President Joe Biden's press conference yesterday. There was an interesting moment when Biden said he wouldn't drop out unless he was told there was no way to win.
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win. Me. No one's saying that. No poll says that.
Well, maybe no poll says that, but there are Democrats who are saying that. There are Democrats who are saying if Biden stays in the race, not only are we going to lose the presidency, we might also lose the Senate and the House together.
That whole leaning into the mic, whispering thing, it's not a good look. Yeah, I think that we're going to see some major movement next week. I'm hearing that there's a lot of concern because swing state polls are indicating that things have worsened for the Democrats. And there's word that Biden's campaign is, in fact, testing head-to-head matchups between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And I don't know what other reason they'd be doing that unless they were seriously considering that option.
Look, we've said this before, and I'll say it again. We are living in fascinating times. We are living in the middle of history. I can't recall any other election that has gone on like this from the beginning all the way till, I guess, the end is going to be this way. But I can't recall anything like that.
No. And, you've got Donald Trump often makes headlines himself. I mean, you go all the way back to 2016, the Access Hollywood tape. People thought his candidacy was over then. God knows what he may say or do or blunders he could make between now and Election Day. And of course, we're going to hear a lot from Donald Trump next week. It is the Republican National Convention from Milwaukee. We will have full team coverage, including Randy Beamer. He joins us later this morning on Fridays with Beamer, but he'll be in studio with us next week for the Republican National Convention. And I think, we said, Charity, this would be a pivotal week for Joe Biden. It has been. I believe, and you keep telling us the numbers of Democrats in office calling for President Biden to step aside. That number continues to grow. I think you're going to see it grow over the weekend. I think you're going to see it grow next week. And at what point does the come to Jesus meeting happen? We talked about it yesterday. I believe it needs to be an intervention with multiple people, including probably President Barack Obama, probably Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and if they get Jill Biden on board, maybe her as well.
And we're hearing private meetings have already been held between Obama and Pelosi. And, there are indications that they believe that the end of Biden's candidacy feels clear. So I think it's just a matter of the president himself accepting that he does not have the support of his fellow Democrats, because right now we're at 17, and I imagine we'll have more come forward today with statements of their own.
Yeah, and I wonder what that number has to get to before he actually decides to do. Because I right now think he is going to remain stubborn and stay in this until it gets to the last second, and they're running out of time.
Yeah, I think two things are at work. Number one, denial. I mean, he's done this his whole life, and You had the great analogy earlier in the week, Mr. T, taking the car keys away from an elderly parent. I've experienced that. It's not easy, and that elderly parent doesn't think it's time to give up the car keys, even though the family members know it is. I think that's an analogy to where we are here. The other side of that is power. Nobody wants to give up power. You've been working for power your whole life, and everybody around him has their level of power. The First Lady, everybody employed in the West Wing, the candidate, they've all reached a level of power they will not reach again unless they work for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Good luck with that in his presidency. Lots more coming up. We're going to hear from you, your talkbacks on how you think the performance of President Joe Biden was last night and what you think will happen next. WOAI News Time 616. SWAT cats. How cool, man. I have every press kit, crew photo, and patches from every space shuttle mission.
Oh, nice.
I say this because Joe Engle passed away. Yeah, we've been talking about that. What an impressive history that man has had. Absolutely. And I say this to Mr. T all the time. You know, I grew up watching the Gemini flights and the Apollo flights, and we knew every astronaut's name.
Yes.
Joe Engle was still in that generation where we knew every astronaut's name. Now, not a lot of people do, but very cool SWAT cats that you've got that tremendous space shuttle memorabilia. Jacob C. Hernandez, since charity is the eye candy, she needs to get a wardrobe allowance now that you are streaming on YouTube. It's an idea. Nails and makeup are expensive.
They are. So I guess you're saying Charity's dressing like a slob, but that's what I'm getting.
Yeah, Jacob, you don't like her wardrobe?
Yeah, man.
Marco Garza, welcome in. Good morning,
go
Marco.
Spurs.
Go Spurs, absolutely. This is Nolan Ryan. This is Nolan Ryan.
Oh, we're back. Sorry.
You could be right.
Wow.
Yeah. Palmer Ellis, sleep in.
Yeah. Which, by the way, in our science thing this week.
Yeah.
Neanderthals did not become extinct. We just kind of took them out of existence. In other words, we molded them into modern society. So they
Wow.
did not go extinct.
I've got to look at that.
Yeah.
As some of you know, and Mr. T knows, thank you. Let me show them the photo. These are my people. When I did the 23andMe DNA test, I am 0.5% Neanderthal.
So they did not.
And I am triggered by those Geico caveman commercials.
I imagine.
I think they unfairly portray
Stand by, Chris.
my people.
Stand by.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Then we're going to hear from you, your reaction, your perception, thoughts on President Joe Biden's press conference yesterday, and what do you think is next for the Democrats and even the Republicans? You can sound off on that as well. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Following his solo press conference, President Biden is scheduled to attend a campaign event in Michigan today. Governor Abbott is calling for a probe into the Houston power outages, and TxDOT road work will mean more highway closures on the city's northwest side this weekend. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun this morning. Scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy skies, a stray shower or thunderstorm possible. Highs in the low 90s. Then on Sunday, cloudy skies early, a partial clearing later in the day. Highs around in the mid 90s. It is 75 degrees in City Base, 74 in Floresville, 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 623.
San Antonio's first news, that's Mr. T. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 648. Can't wait for 640. We'll check in with White House correspondent John Decker. He was there for that press conference yesterday with President Joe Biden. We'll get his eyewitness account and perception on what happened there. But we are asking you on the free iHeart Radio app on the Talkback feature, how did you feel it went last night for President Joe Biden? What do you think is next for him, the Democrats, and this presidential race? Charity McCurdy, how do people get us their feedback?
The free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI, hit the red talkback button, 30 seconds to let us know.
Like Kemper.
Good morning and happy Friday. It was so hard to watch Biden last night. The whole nation had a critical eye on the leader of the free world who was struggling to find the next reporter's name on a list. It's so pathetic that he could have been allowed to bow out gracefully and be celebrated for his legacy, whether you liked it or not. But instead, he'll be remembered as a man who got too old in the White House.
Wow.
You know what? That crystallizes it.
It does.
He will, exactly what she said. He'll be remembered as a man who got too old in the White House.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. More of your talkbacks coming up. White House correspondent John Decker at 640, WOAI News Time 625. Hand it off. Steve DeRocco still in here, the original Rock. What is happening? Marco Garza, Jacob C. Hernandez, Kay, Echo 5 Hotel, Travis. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Did the Astros win last night?
Yes, they did.
He brought up Nolan Ryan. That's
Yes,
good
they did.
news.
Exactly what happened.
Pull up my.
I get alerts from them. They won 6-3 against the Marlins.
Do we know if they gained ground?
I think so because
standing.
no, I don't know what happened to Seattle.
Last time I looked, they were 2 back. They are 2 back.
Still, because
Seattle has won 3 in a row. Astros have won 3 in a row.
Astros are hot.
Yeah, Astros have increased their lead over the Rangers to 5 games.
Yes.
We like that.
And
Let's
I
catch
think they
Seattle.
got a series coming up with Texas.
I
soon.
think so. I think you're right.
Yeah, soon.
Let me pull up the
Pretty
schedule.
sure.
Yeah, I remember.
correctly,
I remember
yeah.
looking at the schedule.
Yep.
Not
definitely.
long ago. Let's see.
Is that still happening? Pokemon Go? Pokemon Go?
I guess so. My God.
Remember when you used to see people doing that?
Yeah.
I remember I was at South Padre Island, man, and there were some girls walking around in, ankle deep water looking at their phones. I'm going, what the hell's going on? And my daughter tells me, it's Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go.
Texas and the Astros tomorrow,
Starts tonight,
and Sunday.
right? Yeah, I thought it was soon.
At Minute Maid Park. Yeah, I had a thing, some kind of a meeting at the University of the Incarnate Word when it was first happening, and I'm seeing these college kids
weird
all walking around the campus like Night of the Living Dead
Exactly,
zombies.
like
looking at
zombies.
their-
Exactly.
It was so weird.
It was strange,
Yeah.
man.
We just saw a thing on Ken's 5. There's like some kind of a Pokemon Go event coming up. Wait,
this weekend.
I thought it was over.
This weekend. Yeah, that is bizarre. I never understood it, to be honest with you.
No.
Never tried it, never understood it, didn't know why people were doing it. And honestly, to this day, I still don't. I feel better about not knowing.
Yeah. Yeah. In the words of Terrence McKenna,
yeah,
culture is not your friend.
No,
it's
is
so
not.
true.
It
You
is.
think of Pokemon Go, you think of the Kardashians,
Mm-hmm.
you think of all of this, and I can say this because we're at break. You think of all this bullshit in this culture that people spend their time on.
Yep.
And culture is not your friend.
It
You
is
should
not.
be. You should be with your family, with your friends, with the people you love.
Get outside,
Yes.
people. Come on. Instead of getting outside and looking at your phone trying to find some mythical creature.
Yes. That, a foreign country designed this app just to distract you.
To laugh at us.
So, yeah. And to distract you and to get into your brain. And as we know from China and TikTok, steal your data. I think that's the biggest. You think about phones and young people, and
Oh, my
we talked about this.
God.
When we were kids, we went outside.
Yes.
We were
You
outside.
couldn't keep me
Yes.
inside. Unless Bugs Bunny was on a Saturday morning, I was outside.
Well, Bugs Bunny. I mean,
come on.
What an actor. Yeah, that would be. You don't give that up. Now, if they had like outdoor Bugs Bunny, like holograms
Now that would be cool. I'd be all
that
over
you could
that.
interact with outside.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Bugs Bunny, by far, one of my most favorite actors of all time. So much range.
Yeah, Clark Gable,
Humphrey
Robert De Niro.
Bogart. I mean, Bugs Bunny,
Bugs
dude.
Bunny.
So much range. I'm just saying.
And I don't think he ever won an Oscar.
He
which
didn't.
I
Was
think is
never
a
even
travesty.
nominated.
Yeah.
Never even nominated.
Yeah, there was a conspiracy
At least
against
an
him.
Emmy. You would think an Emmy. But
Hollywood was
no.
jealous.
No. It was always about Porky, Porky, Porky. Come on.
Screw that Porky Pig.
The only thing good about
He's a
Porky Pig
pig.
is bacon.
Yeah.
That's it. All right, here comes Charity McCurdy. Everybody enjoy the eye candy.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden returns to the campaign trail amid growing pressure to bow out of the race. And Governor Abbott wants an investigation into the Houston power outages. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, a high in the upper 80s, a stray shower possible tonight, a low near 75. Right now, 75 degrees. Well, President Biden remains committed to his re-election bid, dismissing concerns from fellow Democrats. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Putting a bow on a NATO summit overshadowed by his domestic political challenges, President Biden says he is staying in the race to finish the job he started.
There's so much we can do still, and I'm determined to get it done.
In a news conference here, the president says he believes he is the most qualified to beat former President Trump, but understands the concerns of Democrats.
So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving.
The only scenario the president says that would change his mind is if he's told there's no way he can win, but adds no poll says that. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And the president blamed his CNN debate performance on exhaustion due to a busy schedule.
If you looked at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign, in the debate, I mean, my schedule has been full bore.
The president also says he's willing to have his cognitive ability tested.
I've taken 3 significant and intense neurological exams by a neurologist. In each case, as recent as February. And they say I'm in good shape.
Among the notable gaffes yesterday was introducing Ukraine's Zelensky as President Putin and referring to Kamala Harris as Vice President Trump. Well, a manhunt is over for the suspect in the ambush murder of a Houston area deputy who was shot and killed late Wednesday. Here's Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez.
A collective sigh of relief by everyone that's gathered here and beyond, by those that can't join us, with the arrest of a wanted suspect, Ronnie Palmer Jr.
28-year-old deputy Fernando Escueda died at a local hospital. Palmer Jr. is also wanted for aggravated assault as investigators accuse him of pistol whipping a Little Caesars restaurant worker. As power outages from Hurricane Beryl get restored throughout the Houston area, Governor Abbott is now calling for a probe into CenterPoint Energy.
Abbott is still overseas on an economic development trip in Asia, but tasked the Public Utility Commission to investigate why it's taking so long to fix the power distribution issues from the hurricane and other such weather events.
We are always going to have big storms in this area. We have lots of trees that hit power lines. That's going to happen. But we have to be sure that they were prepared as they should have been before.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says Beryl debris removal is double of the derecho in May that damaged windows in downtown Houston. There are allegations that CenterPoint did not do enough to remove tree growth from power lines. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And SAPD is sending officers to Houston to help keep order after Hurricane Beryl. Early yesterday, 23 officers took off for Houston, where they're expected to stay at least through Sunday. The Houston police are receiving reinforcements from 15 Texas cities and the DPS. Houston Mayor John Whitmire says large numbers of traffic signals aren't working because of the power outages. The state will cover the cost of sending the officers. Well, Senator Ted Cruz is making another push to lock up those who cross the border illegally.
The Texas Republican has filed what he calls the Justice for Jocelyn Act. It would ban the release of those caught sneaking across the border if there are detention beds available. If migrants are set free, it would require continuous GPS monitoring.
You do not release violent criminals that can prey on our children. We need to pass the Justice for Jocelyn Act.
There would also be curfew restrictions on those released into the country while they wait to see a judge. The men accused of killing Jocelyn Nungary in Houston face the death penalty if convicted. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
San Antonio police are investigating the death of a 2-year-old boy who was found floating in a pool at a Northside apartment complex. Officers responded yesterday morning to a missing person report at the villas of Vista del Norte. Amari Joby was found in the swimming pool of the gated community. His mother performed CPR until the ambulance arrived. The boy was later pronounced dead at a local hospital. Well, actress Shelley Duvall has died at the age of 75. She starred in several beloved movies after being discovered by director Robert Altman's crew in the 1970s.
You just have to find something that you love doing and make a living at it.
According to multiple reports, Duvall died in her sleep due to complications from diabetes at her home in Blanco, just north of San Antonio. She's best known for her role in the horror classic The Shining. Duvall turned to producing in the 80s, creating children's programming. She passed away just 4 days after her 75th birthday. Well, an Ohio mother has died after trying to stop someone from stealing her car with her young son inside.
Columbus police say the 29-year-old mother was picking up her 6-year-old son from a babysitter, but left the car running with the child inside while retrieving something from the house. That's when she saw her car backing out into the street. Witnesses say she jumped on the hood, but was thrown off as the thief tried to drive away. She was rushed to the hospital, where she later died. The car with the child inside was recovered in a nearby parking lot. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Well, Texas came in third place on a new ranking of the top states for business done by CNBC. Reporter Scott Kahn says that Texas ranked at the top for technology and innovation, but Virginia got a higher rating for education.
Virginia finishes number 1 for education. They're doing really well, particularly with small class sizes. They just approved some new spending for K-12. They are supporting their higher ed very well.
And Dale Petrosky with the Dallas Regional Chamber says that's an area where business leaders are trying to help the state improve.
We have some major urban school districts in the country. We know that there are challenges with those. We just continue to work on it. And it's not just pre-K through 12, but it's also community colleges. And we have a big advantage in Dallas because our community college system is so good.
And Texas has failed to make the top 5 list last year for the first time. So this year's number 3 ranking is an improvement. It is 6:38. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Dan Schwartzman is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Dan. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. He's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Well, White House correspondent John Decker was in the room where it happened yesterday, the press conference with President Joe Biden. John, you are a veteran of presidential press conferences going back to the Clinton administration. How do you think this one went yesterday?
Well, it depends how you view President Biden. I always think that these things are in the eyes of the beholder. But, for Democrats who are concerned about Joe Biden needed to have a home run yesterday. And if you're a baseball fan, I think he got a single. So, he didn't strike out. He's still alive. And he made it clear during the course of that press conference that he is not going anywhere, that he intends to be the Democratic nominee. He believes he's the best person to take on Donald Trump in November.
And John, the fact that there were so many questions focused on concerns about his ability to lead, do you think the president and his campaign are getting the message that this criticism is not going to go away?
Oh, that's pretty clear. It's not going away. And in fact, immediately after that press conference concluded yesterday, a number of other Democrats in the House came forward and said they would like to see someone other than Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee, including the leading Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee. So there's this drip that's happening. And we'll see. I think that the problem for President Biden is the increased scrutiny. Every time he has a major event, every time he speaks, every time he says something, there's just scrutiny to see how he says it, if there's a gaffe. And that's not the way to run a presidential campaign.
So I have to ask you this because you've been to so many of these press conferences. This one was delayed a couple of times. What happens in that room when it's delayed as long as it was?
Well, we're not brought in until I'd say typically maybe an hour before the press conference is set to begin. So, you chat with your friends, you just wait it out. Yesterday, at the beginning of the day, the schedule had the press conference beginning at 5:30 Eastern time. Then about an hour later, early in the day, by the way, they said, no, it's going to start 6:30. And when I see that, I'm thinking 7:30. And I was right. It started around 7:30 Eastern time, 6:30 for you. And I was also right in terms of how the format of the press conference would work. I said he would have a statement at the beginning talking primarily about the accomplishments at the NATO summit, then take questions from a list of reporters. And unfortunately, I was not on that list, but I think that there were good questions that were posed to the president yesterday.
And one of those questions, John, elicited a response from President Biden, who said he wouldn't drop out of the race unless he was told there was no way to win. Now, we've got some Democrats now who are saying, we're going to lose if we stick with President Joe Biden. Do you think there's a chance that there can, we got 17 at last count. Do you think there's a chance that we can reach a critical mass of Democrats in his party saying you need to go that might convince him to step aside?
Well, we'll see. Yes, the number is relatively low right now. But if a major leader steps forward, a Chuck Schumer, James Clyburn, Nancy Pelosi, and says, I think that Democrats would be better served if there was someone else at the top of the ticket, then you'd see a floodgate of Democrats essentially following their lead. But we haven't seen that yet. But they're concerned. They're quite concerned. For House Democrats, they very much want to take back the House. For Senate Democrats, they want to hold on to the Senate. And they're concerned because right now it's perceived that the person at the top of the ticket, Joe Biden, is a weakened candidate and potentially could drag down the rest of the ticket beneath him.
And, we're hearing reports, John, that the Biden campaign is testing head-to-head matchups with Kamala Harris against Trump. I mean, could that be an indication in itself that that's an option that they're seriously considering?
Well, yes, I think that's right. When you hear stories like that, you read stories like that or read reports like that, that is an indication that it's not a done deal, despite what President Biden said yesterday. Now, he's in a great position because he's secured enough pledged delegates to be the Democratic nominee. But, look, it's a very interesting time period. And for Democrats, they want the strongest candidate that they could have to go up against Donald Trump in November. And there are some Democrats, based upon the numbers, that don't believe that Joe Biden is that person.
All right, so it's the final weekend of Wimbledon. We got the semifinals today. Can Alcaraz actually repeat as champion?
Oh, he can. Wouldn't that be exciting to see a rematch of last year's Wimbledon
That's what I'm
final?
hoping
which went
for.
5 sets.
Yes.
Yep. And I'm rooting for Alcaraz, but I know there are a lot of Djokovic fans out there would like to see him get a 25th Grand Slam title.
Wow.
That would be remarkable. Yeah. Wow is right. What a career. Regardless, let's not essentially write off the opponents of Djokovic and Alcaraz entirely. But the semifinals for the men are today. The women's final is already set. The two lowest women's seeds going against each other since, I think, 1975. So interesting year at Wimbledon on both the men's and ladies' side.
Going to be a lot of fun to watch all weekend long. Our thanks to White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days coming right up. WOAI News Time, 646. Good morning, Julie. Welcome in to everybody here on the live video stream. Welcome in.
Oh, man.
20 currently on the live video stream. We know not everybody, if we see your name, and the way we see your name is if you send a message on the live chat, we'll say hello to you, obviously. But not everybody chats, and we get that. And not everybody can chat. Some people are at work or in a car, which would be a weird place to watch.
Yeah, be
YouTube.
careful if you're in your car watching right now. That's just
Yeah, maybe you have a driver, or maybe you're in an Uber.
Well, that's true. It's possible. Good morning, Julie.
So, anyway, thanks for hanging out with us this morning.
Wi-Fi. I'm pretty sure why.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Almost positive. Oh, Renee Reina, Papa.
Renee Reina, Papa.
Not to be confused with Chapa.
Chapa. Randy Beamer later this morning. He'll be on the phone. He won't be in studio.
He's in West Texas, Chris. Man, look at that. That's hot. Wow.
I wrote her a note, Jenny James, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was on that one too. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, we need the Astros to sweep
Yes.
the Texas Rangers
Yes, we
this
do.
weekend. Monty Kiffin, father of Lane Kiffin, dies.
Yeah. Saw that. Mm-hmm.
The number one story at CNN Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi
Yeah.
have spoken privately about the future of President Joe
Well, how do they
Biden's
know?
2024
If
campaign.
it was privately.
That's a great question. Yeah, and their final line here on their top 5. Again, it's what everybody remembers. On Thursday,
Yep,
Biden
President
mistakenly
Putin.
called Vice President Kamala Harris Vice President Trump and also accidentally introduced Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as President Putin. That's. I think he's done.
Yeah.
If you know,
everybody
now-
keeps saying that, but I just don't see him saying that.
yeah, well, then it's time for an intervention.
Got to remember, he's still the sitting president.
True.
So that CDK Global, that software firm that car dealerships got hit, they paid a $25 million ransom to the hackers to get their systems back online. I think they lost more than that. Just oh, here we go. Oh, wait, those were the days. Never mind.
Now, when you pay that, how do you know they're then going to give you your
exactly?
I don't.
You don't negotiate with terrorists.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I think they lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Other than that 25 million, if they'd have paid that right up front, it would have been a lot cheaper. Because I know they lost money.
Julie says, "Go Stros." Thank you, Julie. Thanks for being an Astros fan.
No, we will not.
When did he think we'd have more on that?
I don't know. He thinks that we're going to talk about it because it was in his Those Were the Days.
Okay.
I don't know what to say about that.
I did hear, Julie, Jose Altuve will not play in
No,
the
he will
All-Star
not.
game.
He will not.
That's what
hand.
I said.
Hand, yeah. Hand injury. Hey, that's fine.
And yeah, I don't
That's
wanna-
fine. That's just a meaningless game anyway. So
Keep him healthy.
Sit back and get healthy. Thank you. So he got hit, I guess, by a pitch in his hand, or
That I'm not sure.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure either. I just saw that it hand injury yesterday, and I went, "Whoa, whoa." Rare.
And isn't she local? Isn't Cheryl
Bernie.
live around here?
She lives in Bernie. August 1st, San Antonio, Texas. Donnie Osmond, Tobin Center. All right, here comes Charity, everybody.
And here are some of the stories we're following for you. President Biden used a large part of his NATO presser to defend his decision to stay in the presidential race. Under 1 million power outages are being reported in Houston, with the bulk of customers not expected to have AC until next week. And a manhunt is over for the suspect in the ambush murder of a Houston area deputy. We'll have the very latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
A mixture of clouds and sun this morning. Scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy skies, stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the low 90s. Then on Sunday, cloudy skies early, followed by partial clearing. highs in the mid-90s. It is 75 degrees in Alamo Ranch, 75 in Terrell Hills, 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:55.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. Our thanks to Charlie Parker for those were the days. I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew directing our online video stream on YouTube. You can be a part of that. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. Coming up at 7:10 in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. We will bring you the highlights, or should we say lowlights, of President Joe Biden's press conference yesterday. And it is the topic of our question for you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. We want to know how you think it went yesterday for President Joe Biden, what you think is next for he and the Democrats. Will he stay or will he go? And what do you think is going to happen in the race for the presidency in 2024? Charity McCurdy, how do we get that information?
The free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI, hit that red circle. That's the talkback button. 30 seconds to let us know.
And you sound just like this one.
Good morning, WOAI Morning News. Best place to get the news in the morning. What I thought about last night's talk with the president, his speech, that most people were interested on his memory, the way he acted. Looks like nobody cared about the questions that were asked and the answers. Everybody was more fixated on how he handled everything. So, oh well, that's my thought.
That's a very good point. Yeah. He did, if we're going to be fair, Charity, he did deliver a lot of substance on global and domestic issues, but there was so much scrutiny on his performance that, his debate performance several days ago, he kind of brought this on himself.
Yeah. I mean, he knew this going into yesterday's NATO presser. And I mean, there were moments that, aside from those notable gaffes, he was trailing off on his thoughts. He used the word anyway, I think at least 9 times. So it was concerning, and you just don't think that he's going to be able to rebound totally from this NATO presser or last month's debate. And you continue to have a new Democrat every day come forward demanding that the president step aside.
Yeah, and he's digging his heels in right now, but something's got to be done because, look, it's not going to help the Democratic Party if he stays in, and I don't know how it's going to help him if he gets out either. I mean, it's too late, I think, maybe.
Yeah, but I think if he gets out, I think it solves a lot of problems for Democrats. Certainly the age card, cognitive abilities, and as we said earlier, so many people, even 2-3 years ago, did not want this same matchup for the 2024 election.
So do you think if President Biden makes the decision to step aside, it could happen as soon as next week?
It's going to have to be, won't it?
I think it could. I think there's going to be a lot of talk over the weekend if indeed this. It's so weird. We're hearing reports of a private meeting between Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama. If it was private, how do we know about
exactly.
it?
Leaks.
Who leaked it?
Well, it's not private.
But I think, and Nancy Pelosi even alluded to, let's let him have this NATO summit and we'll talk afterwards. Out of respect, because he's the commander-in-chief, leader of the free world. This was the global community of allies. Now that that's happened, now that the press conference has happened, I think a lot of backdoor meetings in the Democratic Party happen beginning today.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. A lot of meetings are going to happen. But once again, he has to agree to step down. They cannot remove him. So will he?
True. Well, and I would say, that, as you know, they cannot remove him unless the 25th Amendment is invoked.
Yeah, but
I don't think that's going to happen either.
That would be dire.
Right. But I think it's going to be a fascinating weekend. As we know, he's got Austin, Texas, and the LBJ Library on Monday on the agenda. He's got a scheduled sit down with Lester Holt, which will be aired in prime time on Monday. So, but gosh, I think there's going to be a lot of movement, and that number of Democrats calling for his stepping aside, I think, is going to only grow by the day over the weekend and into next week. We'll talk a lot more about this coming up. Don't forget, wait till you hear this at 7:10. We'll bring you audio from that press conference. But right now, Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know on this Friday morning. WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden is defending his decision to stay in the race, and the manhunt is over for a cop killer in Texas. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday. Partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, a high in the upper 80s. Stray shower possible tonight, a low near 75. Right now, we're at 75 degrees. Well, more Democratic lawmakers are reportedly set to call on President Biden to bow out of the 2024 race following some new mishaps on his end. Fox's Mark Meredith has more on Decision 2024.
He took questions at a press conference here in D.C.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, so I think she was not qualified to be president.
Since last night, another elected Democrat called on Biden to bow out of the 2024 race. Congressman Jim Heim, one Democrat telling Fox that the news conference was, quote, the worst possible outcome unless you are a Hunter, as in Hunter Biden, and need a pardon. The president also drew some widespread shock at a mistake he made before his news conference.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
So that was a moment that happened right before the news conference that certainly drew a lot of attention.
Meantime, former President Obama and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi are reportedly expressing concerns about Biden's chances of winning his re-election bid. Here's Fox's Madeline Rivera.
Per CNN, former President Obama and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi have spoken privately about the president's campaign and have mentioned how much more difficult it's become to beat former President Trump. CNN reporting Obama's deepening skepticism about his friend's ability to win re-election is one of the worst kept secrets in Washington. When the history of this extraordinary 2-week period of American politics is written, the fingerprints of Obama and Pelosi will be far more apparent than currently known. People familiar with the matter tell CNN, as the Democratic elders have served as a guidepost for a party in panic. It has been widely reported that President Biden and former President Obama have a complicated but loyal relationship.
And there are now a total of 17 Democrats calling for the president to drop out. Well, a suspect is in custody in the shooting death of a Harris County deputy. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez says deputies arrested 44-year-old Ronnie Palmer Jr. at a home in Northeast Harris County. Palmer reportedly pistol whipped an employee at a Little Caesars Pizza late Wednesday night.
The customer had become irate because apparently the staff here had given him the wrong order or something to that effect.
After 28-year-old Deputy Fernando Escueda found the suspect's vehicle, he and his patrol unit were hit by gunfire. Escueda later died at the hospital. Palmer is charged with aggravated assault and is the suspect in Escueda's death. As power outages from Hurricane Beryl get restored throughout the Houston area, Governor Abbott is calling for a probe into CenterPoint's handling of it. Abbott is still overseas on an economic development trip in Asia, but tasked the Public Utility Commission to investigate why it's taking so long to fix the power distribution issues from the hurricane and other such weather events.
So I understand they have a tough job. We're going to investigate it. We're going to get to the bottom of it.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says it's important to make sure CenterPoint was as prepared as it could have been, given the unpredictable nature of hurricanes and other storms. Well, the White House is waking up to the fact that the southern border could be dangerous.
Illegal immigrants from Tajikistan, which is an ISIS recruiting hotbed, will no longer be released into the country. Congressman Tony Gonzalez says that's a good start.
You think the only threat in the world is Tajikistan? No one even knows where Tajikistan is. There are so many threats.
Texas border Republican wants more nations to be added to the heightened threat level list. Hundreds of people from Tajikistan have crossed the border this year. The vast majority were given a court date and released. 8 were arrested in New York, California, and Pennsylvania for suspected ties to ISIS. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
An astronaut who worked in the Apollo program and was one of the first space shuttle commanders has died. Joe Engle, a retired Air Force Major General, died at his home in Houston at the age of 91. A Kansas native, Engle was the only astronaut to pilot the X-15 fighter jet and the space shuttle. Well, get ready. More traffic headaches are in store for drivers this weekend.
TxDOT says, as part of the ongoing I-10 Loop 1604 expansion project, Loop 1604 westbound will be closed from Lock Hill Selma Road to I-10. The eastbound feeder of Loop 1604 will also be closed at the interchange along with the eastbound exit ramp to I-10. Those closures start at 9 p.m. tonight and run through Monday, 5 a.m. Police will be on hand to direct traffic. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Our thanks to Charlie Parker for those were the days. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, Randy Beamer. It is a Friday with Beamer. Always look forward to checking in with Randy Beamer. We'll get his thoughts on the performance yesterday in that press conference by President Joe Biden. I'm Chris Duell, Andrew Zimmel, and EJ Pacheco doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew is directing our live stream on YouTube. Go to 1200 WOAI on YouTube to take a look at that. There's a live video chat. You can chat with us and other viewers live and in real time. Coming up in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, we'll bring you some highlights from yesterday's Joe Biden press conference. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun this morning. Scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon, highs in low 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy skies, a stray shower or thunderstorm possible, highs in low 90s. Then on Sunday, cloudy skies early, some sunshine later in the day, highs in the mid 90s. 75 degrees in Kirby, 75 in Hondo, 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:10.
San Antonio's first news. It is the big story of the day. Reaction to yesterday, I guess you could also say last night's, the sun was still out here, but It kind of kept getting pushed back. Charity made the great point when we heard about that press conference getting delayed. It was moving closer and closer to Joe Biden's bedtime last night. But let's listen to some key moments. You could call them highlights. You could call them lowlights, but we do call it wait till you hear this as we span the globe every weekday morning at this time to bring you the constant variety of audio.
And here it is.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky.
My question for you is, how are you incorporating these developments into your decision to stay? And separately, what concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again. Secondly, the idea, I served in the Senate a long time. The idea that senators and congressmen running for office worry about the ticket is not unusual. And I might add, there are at least 5 presidents running or incumbent presidents who had lower numbers than I have now, later in the campaign. So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving. And because, look, I got more work to do. We've got more work to finish. There's so much, we made so much progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically relative to the rest of the world. Name me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade places with our economy.
President Joe Biden yesterday, and to be clear, I said that was the press conference. The first little bite we had was before the press conference, not long before the press conference, as the president was introducing the Ukrainian president Zelensky and called him President Putin. So that was the moment, that was before the press conference. But Charity, I mean, Joe Biden has been a gaffe machine his entire life, but so much scrutiny now. You look at this guy, you go, this is the commander in chief. This is the leader of the free world. This is a man engaged in a very tight race for the presidency against a guy, Donald Trump, who's one of the best debaters out there. It is not a very good prospect for the Democrats right now.
Yeah, if the president had any hope, chance of rebounding from that June 27th debate, that was it, that NATO presser. And it just, those two gaffes, while they probably normally wouldn't have gotten as much attention as they did, I think they were pretty major gaffes. And I think it's just going to lead to more Democrats calling for him to drop out of the race. The polling is not looking good for swing states. And I just think it's going to take ultimately former President Obama to sit down with President Biden and say, Joe, you got to do what's best for the Democratic Party and more importantly, what's best for this country.
Is it too late to do that, though? Because we're running out of time. Doesn't he? There was a cutoff time where they had to get his name on get the new nominee on the ballot in Ohio, or it was going to hurt them. And we're getting close to that cutoff. And I don't know if he has to do something next week, or I think it's too late.
It's a great question. And of course, you still got all the time between now and that Democratic National Convention. I think it's going to be a critical weekend. And I think obviously early next week, it'll be critical. He's coming to Texas. He's going to speak. Biden will at the LBJ Library on Monday. He's got a sit-down interview with Lester Holt that will be aired in prime time. And of course, all this while the Republican National Convention gets underway next week in Milwaukee. We will have all the coverage you need on everything, a Republican National Convention and what happens with the Democrats. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters. More coming right up, and we will get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather together in just a flash. WOAI News Time 7:15. Thank you.
If you want to do that before headlines.
Okay.
I've got a clip of that song.
Sure.
Where the hell is it?
Now, he is the cousin of Kenny?
I think he's the cousin. Let's look it up. Hang on.
That. I used to know that.
And I've got this from him. Oh, you can't hear it. Hang on.
And she said, hey, rambling boy, now won't you settle down? Boston ain't your kind of town. There ain't no gold and there ain't nobody like me. I'm the #1 fan of the man from Tennessee.
The year was 1974, and this was a huge hit for Dave Loggins, the cousin of Kenny Loggins. The song Please Come to Boston. We learned that Dave Loggins passed away on Wednesday in hospice care at the age of 76.
And I know he wrote a lot of songs for a lot of other people.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just
Three Dog Night,
yeah.
Ray Charles, Smokey Robinson, Joan Baez, Johnny Cash, Toby Keith, Winona Judd, Alabama. I mean, it's a huge list.
Yeah, it's a huge
I'd be
list.
going till 7:30 if I read the whole list.
We're losing some greats.
I know.
What, Shelley Duvall yesterday,
Yes.
age of 75. She was living in Blanco.
I know. I know.
I didn't realize that. Just up the road. So, man,
My
she was the
goodness.
best.
Yeah.
It sucks getting old, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Charity McCurdy, what else are you working on?
While the list of Democrats calling for President Biden to resign continues to grow, Governor Abbott is calling for an investigation into why so many Texans lost power after Hurricane Beryl. And Selena's Hollywood Walk of Fame star has been vandalized. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun this morning. Scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs in low 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy skies, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in low 90s. Then on Sunday, cloudy skies early, a partial clearing, some sunshine in the afternoon. Highs in the mid 90s. 75 degrees in Terrell Hills. 75 in Alamo Heights. 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 721.
San Antonio's first news. Normally at this time, we check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He is on vacation this week. We'll be back with him next week. In fact, he will be at the Republican National Convention next week. So we'll be speaking with him from Milwaukee at the convention. He'll be part of our team coverage of the Republican National Convention next week. This segment is brought to you by Randy Adams Incorporated as we react to yesterday's press conference by President Joe Biden. Somebody else who was reacting and continues to react is the former chief campaign strategist, former senior advisor to President Obama, David Axelrod.
He is in a very, very tough spot. I don't know anyone in politics who would tell you, who looks at the numbers that we see, would tell you that he has a very good chance to win this race.
And we keep going back to that moment in the press conference yesterday, Charity, where Biden said, if they came to me and said we could not win, I would consider dropping out of the race. And those voices, as you've been documenting, are continuing to grow.
And I just don't know how the president can continue to ignore the lack of support from within his own party. I mean, you have the top Democrat of the House Intelligence Committee coming right out after the NATO presser saying, you're a remarkable leader, Joe, but it's time to go. And there's behind the scenes reports that Obama and Nancy Pelosi are holding private meetings. There's swing state polls that are indicating that things have worsened for Democrats. I mean, it feels like the writing is on the wall. I think it's just going to come to Joe Biden. Can he set his ego aside and can he do what's best for the Democrat Party and more importantly, the country?
Now, I wonder if they have this conversation with him, if they sit him down to give him the intervention that you keep mentioning, Chris.
Yeah.
Will Dr. Jill Biden be in the room? Because I think she's going to have a lot to do with whether he stays or goes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think right now with him digging his heels in, I mentioned this before, they're running out of time. So they've really got to get on the ball this weekend and early next week.
You mentioned running out of time. We are now 38 days away from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. And for people old enough, whenever you say Democratic National Convention in Chicago, it evokes images of 1968 and the riots, the clashes with police, the debacle of a convention that was. And a lot of people believe it was such a tight race between Hubert Humphrey and Richard Nixon in 1968. A lot of people believe a factor was how bad things went for the Democrats in that Chicago convention. And Charity, Mr. T brings up, is it too late? And one thing that strikes me, Biden talked yesterday about all of the money that he had in his campaign in the bank. What happens from a campaign finance standpoint? You got all this money that went to Biden. I don't think that money can necessarily be used for a Kamala Harris campaign. I think
an interesting question.
Brand new fundraising has to begin for whoever the next candidate is.
Well, if George Clooney is leading the fundraising, I'm sure he'll deliver because he is among many of the Hollywood elites that want Biden to go sooner than later.
Yeah, and they're going to need some money quick. And she mentions George Clooney is a perfect guy to get this done. I agree with that because he does have a lot of wealthy friends because he is wealthy.
He is very wealthy, and he is a power broker, like it or not, among the Democrats. And we've heard about billionaire donors who have already said to the Biden campaign that we're going to stop giving money because we no longer have confidence in Joe Biden. So theoretically, they would return and start giving money to whoever the next candidate would be. Certainly the leader in the clubhouse, by people reading tea leaves, believe it would be Kamala Harris, the current vice president. All right, lots more coming up. In fact, we're going to check in with national correspondent Rory O'Neill. He will be in Milwaukee next week for the Republican National Convention, along with Mike Opelka. So we will check in with him coming up at 7:40. WOAI News Time 7:26. Woohoo!
Never happens with Orchard. Chris.
No,
Never.
it never happens with Orchard.
Never. What's up, Sleepy?
Sleepy, Travis, Julie, Eric, Kay, everybody in there right now. Welcome in on the chat.
Eric Bowden, what's happening, brother?
Always appreciate your being here.
I heard an interesting thing on ESPN on my way in this morning that there was, I forget who it was they were talking to, but he was talking about Dak Prescott. He thinks Dak will not sign a new deal because he wants to go to another team. And I'm like, dude.
I would love that.
Dude, get him out of here, man. Why do we got to wait a year?
Yeah.
Is there any way we can get him to leave now?
Please. Yeah. We know what Dak Prescott is.
It is a flour tortilla Friday, Eric. I love it.
Woo. Dak is a good man. I like him as a human being. He's been through a lot of adversity, lost his mom in college, lost his brother to suicide recently. To me, Dak Prescott is Tony Romo 2.0.
Yeah.
I like Tony Romo as a human being, but if you're the Dallas Cowboys quarterback, you must deliver the goods. You must do
and the only
what
problem,
Roger and Troy did. You got to get us a Super Bowl.
Get us to the promised land.
Multiple, ideally.
And look, I think they put too much in his lap.
Yes,
I don't think he can handle it.
Yeah.
And the money that he wants, the Cowboys cannot pay that.
He
and
wants
be
Mahomes'
I
money.
know. He's not Mahomes.
He's not Mahomes. He wants. And Tim Duncan did this. David Robinson did this.
Take
Tom
less
Brady
money.
did this.
Take less money so you can get somebody else. Yes.
I will take less money, especially as quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
Dak Prescott for the rest of his life will have endorsements. He can sit on boards of corporations.
Yes.
He is set
Just
for
got to
life.
win, though.
If he realized I am set for life already, I have generational wealth.
I don't need that kind of money.
He should say, I want to take less, build this around me. If he won a Super Bowl as quarterback of the Dallas
Then
Cowboys,
that's different. We're having a totally different conversation.
he would be what Roger is and what Troy is, and that is a golden god.
Amen.
He would be a golden god. He has an opportunity to be a golden, and he's not doing it. He's not doing what Tom Brady and Tim Duncan and David Robinson
And it's
did.
going to hurt them this year because they can't get those pieces they need around
Yes.
them. Hell, they might not be able to keep CeeDee Lamb or Micah Parsons if
be
they
a
don't do
significant
something.
drop-off.
Yes.
Yeah, they've lost a lot of starters.
Yes, and they're not going to be able to replace them because they don't have the money. Thank you, Dak.
Yep. We're in for more hell.
Yep.
And I'm not getting any younger.
No
I want to see
kidding.
another Super Bowl for the Cowboys in my lifetime.
Yes. My daughters have never seen a Cowboys Super Bowl. Come on.
Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco have never
They
seen
laugh
a
at us
Cowboys
when we
Super
talk
Bowl.
about how many
hey,
Super Bowls.
Nicola Hood's wearing suspenders.
No way.
On
Shocked.
TV.
Shocked.
Wow.
Shocked.
You know, we should have Suspenders Day.
Nico LaHood
in
suspenders.
honor, and we'll put up. In fact, I can do that right now. I can put up. it's kind of.
You got a minute. You only got a minute though, so no, don't do that because it might not ever come back.
Yeah, it
Chris.
might not ever come back.
Yeah. And then we'll have to pay him.
Yeah.
For using his logo.
Yeah, that's right. He'd sue us.
Yeah, he would.
I don't want to get sued by Nico.
No, I don't want to
LaHood.
get sued. Not again.
But we're big fans. Clearly.
Big fans.
We're
Huge
obviously
fans.
big
Yes,
fans.
love them. Love them. I've got some Nico LaHood suspenders at home, Chris.
Yes,
Nico on one side, LaHood on the other.
absolutely.
Yes, sir. Okay.
How do you pronounce that?
I don't know. Colucci's?
Colucci's and beer.
Colucci's and beer. You had me at beer.
Colucci's and beer on Wurzbach.
You had me at beer.
Yeah, I got to
Sorry.
figure out what a do you know what a Colucci
No, I
is?
don't.
I do
I
not
don't know what a
I know what
Colucci-
Colucci is.
Yeah, I do. I know
but
that's
not a
clay.
Colucci.
All right, here comes Charity McCurdy, everybody.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden returns to the campaign trail today amid growing pressure to bow out of the race, and the number of power outages in the Houston area is finally under 1 million. We'll have details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday. Partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms possible this afternoon, a high in the upper 80s. Stray shower possible tonight, a low near 75. Right now, 75 degrees. Well, President Biden remains committed to his re-election bid, dismissing concerns from fellow Democrats. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Putting a bow on a NATO summit overshadowed by his domestic political challenges, President Biden says he is staying in the race to finish the job he started.
There's so much we can do still, and I'm determined to get it done.
In a news conference here, the president says he believes he is the most qualified to beat former President Trump, but understands the concerns of Democrats.
So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving.
The only scenario the president says that would change his mind is if he's told there's no way he can win, but adds no poll says that. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And the president blamed his CNN debate performance on exhaustion due to a busy schedule.
If you look at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign in the debate, I mean, my schedule has been full bore.
The president also says he is willing to have his cognitive ability tested.
I've taken 3 significant and intense neurological exams by a neurologist. In each case, as recent as February. And they say I'm in good shape.
Among the notable gaffes was introducing Ukraine's Zelensky as President Putin and referring to Kamala Harris as Vice President Trump. Well, the manhunt is over for the suspect in the ambush of murder of a Houston area deputy who was shot and killed late Wednesday. Here's Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez.
A collective sigh of relief by everyone that's gathered here and beyond, by those that can't join us, with the arrest of a wanted suspect, Ronnie Palmer Jr.
28-year-old deputy Fernando Escueda died at a local hospital. Palmer Jr. is accused of pistol whipping a Little Caesars restaurant worker prior to the murder. As power outages from Hurricane Beryl get restored throughout the Houston area, Governor Abbott is calling for a probe into CenterPoint Energy's handling of it.
Abbott is still overseas on an economic development trip in Asia, but tasked the Public Utility Commission to investigate why it's taking so long to fix the power distribution issues from the hurricane and other such weather events.
We are always going to have big storms in this area. We have lots of trees that hit power lines. That's going to happen. but we have to be sure that they were prepared as they should have been before.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says barreled debris removal is double of the derecho in May that damaged windows in downtown Houston. There are allegations that CenterPoint did not do enough to remove tree growth from power lines. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
San Antonio police are investigating the death of a 2-year-old boy who was found floating in a pool at a Northside apartment complex. Officers responded yesterday morning to a missing person report at the Villas of Vista del Norte. Amari Joby was found in the swimming pool of the gated community. His mother performed CPR until the ambulance arrived. The boy was later pronounced dead at a local hospital. The death of a 12-year-old Houston girl who was allegedly killed by 2 illegal immigrants may lead to big changes in immigration policy. Senator Ted Cruz filed a bill that would ban the release of those caught sneaking across the border if there are detention beds available.
And there were over 3,000 open beds they could have put these criminals in, but instead they let them go.
The Texas Republican says if migrants are released, then there should be continuous GPS monitoring. The so-called Justice for Jocelyn Act would also impose curfew restrictions on those released into the country while they wait to see a judge. The men accused of killing Jocelyn Nungary face the death penalty if convicted. An Ohio mother is dead after trying to stop someone from stealing her car with her young son inside.
Columbus police say the 29-year-old mother was picking up her 6-year-old son from a babysitter, but left the car running with the child inside while retrieving something from the house. That's when she saw her car backing out into the street. Witnesses say she jumped on the hood, but was thrown off as the thief tried to drive away. She was rushed to the hospital, where she later died. The car with the child inside was recovered in a nearby parking lot. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Well, no word yet about a suspect or motive in the vandalism of Selena Starr on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The legendary Tejano singer Starr was found smeared with black paint on Monday, along with those of actress Heidi Conklin and musician Jenny Rivera. Fans cleaned up the paint as best they could, but Selena's and Rivera's stars were found vandalized again Tuesday. The Hollywood Chamber of Commerce reportedly hired professionals to clean up the mess. It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Dan Schwartzman is live at the Bloomberg News Desk.
Second in the economy.
All right, thanks, Dan. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's First News, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Well, lots of talk, of course, about President Joe Biden's press conference yesterday, but all the talk next week, well, not all of it, 'cause there'll be some Biden talk, but a lot of the talk next week will be coming from Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention. And a man who will be there is our national correspondent, Rory O'Neill. Rory, when are you heading out to Milwaukee?
Head out Sunday morning. The boss doesn't want to pay for extra hotel nights. Are you kidding me?
So, with Democrats infighting, Rory, you got to imagine it's going to be a party atmosphere for the Republicans in Milwaukee.
Yeah, it should be. It's interesting, though. A lot of Republicans have been keeping a pretty low profile, and uncharacteristically, even Donald Trump, as the Democrats have formed this circular firing squad ever since Joe Biden's debate performance, and they're just letting the Democrats implode. I think Donald Trump should just run campaign ads of an American flag flying for 30 seconds and not say anything because he could be cruising to a win the way the Democrats appear to be falling apart.
Now, we know that, or at least I know this, Monday is Make America Wealthy once again. That's the theme for Monday. What do we expect to hear from that?
Right. So what they do is they schedule various speakers for the various themed days that they've laid out. So one for each day. It's Monday through Thursday. Making America Wealthy is a reference to the high inflation that we've experienced since 2021 when Joe Biden took office. And some of the business success stories will be laid out, compare and contrast kind of a thing. And then each day will have a different theme. Of course, there's going to be a lot of focus on Wednesday. That's when the vice presidential nominee will finally have a chance to speak. Now, when we hear that name, do we have an advance warning about it? Get it, Vance? Do we get an advance warning?
Well, and Rory, as you know, leaks happen. I think it'd be remarkable if they could keep it under wraps until that person walks out on stage. How early do you guess that we might know the identity of Trump's choice for VP?
Well, a couple of points. One, this was supposed to be the week that Donald Trump was being sentenced in New York, right, on the criminal conviction for the felonies. So I think they had it in their back pocket. Oh, we'll announce it after the sentencing to try to change the topic of conversation and move on. Well, now that sentencing got kicked down to September and may never happen. So they are free to make this announcement when they want. And then, of course, we saw Joe Biden last night announce that Donald Trump is the vice president now. So again, it may be one of those moves where they just say, let's just step back, just let him keep imploding.
Now, do we know what Trump's schedule looks like during the 4-day event?
He's going to be, as is traditional with all these conventions, you usually don't see the candidate very much. It's like the bride before the wedding, right? You really only see them coming out on Thursday. We get teased when the president typically comes out on that Wednesday night, or when the nominee comes out on that Wednesday night to take the photo op with the vice president. They say, "See you tomorrow," and that's sort of the fun thing they do to try to be exciting about this. But it'll be remarkable to see how the GOP plays this week, as the Democrats seem to be in trouble on their own.
Yeah, you mentioned normally that's how this happens. Well, we all know this has not been a normal campaign year at all. So there could be surprises.
And we didn't have a convention 4 years ago.
That's right.
Because of COVID very much. So it's really been 8 years since we've been through this formal song and dance. Milwaukee should be an interesting city where this is all happening. And we'll see what we get. The free speech zone has been set up a little bit too far away from the convention center to the likes of the people that want to protest. But we'll see if things get rowdy. We're certainly expecting a different atmosphere when the Democrats meet in Chicago in August. So it goes Republicans, Olympics, Democrats, if you're trying to keep score.
And Rory, speaking of those Democrats, it's one of our big topics today. Obviously, President Joe Biden's press conference yesterday. You are a savvy reporter and political observer. What did you think of what you saw yesterday?
I think that's the Joe Biden you get. Flubs from time to time, putting the wrong name in the wrong spot. I think that's the Joe Biden of 2024. And if the Democrats aren't happy with that, they've got an opportunity to change things. But we'll see if there's enough momentum there, because so far, while there's a growing number of Democrats who are calling for a change, not really the big ones. You know, it's not a Clinton, it's not an Obama, it's not a Pelosi, and we'll see what happens.
Going to be very fascinating. Our thanks to a man we'll speak with from Milwaukee next week at the Republican National Convention, Rory O'Neill. Coming up, we will hear from you, your talkbacks on what you witnessed last night at that press conference with President Joe Biden. And don't forget, it is a Friday with Beamer. Randy Beamer joins us just after 8 o'clock. You want to be here for that. WOAI News Time, 7:45.
Wouldn't it be cool if he brought out the, was it 3 people he's got it down to for a vice presidential candidate, bring them all out on the stage, and one by one, you're fired. You're fired. I mean, come on, that would be fun.
That would be great. Yeah, it'd be tremendous.
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 Make it be like a game show for him, man. Come on.
Okay, Randy, Project Marvel.
Yeah. Or is it Marvel? I've heard it both ways.
Randy Beamer joining us on the phone at 8 o'clock. He's often in studio. In fact, next week on this live video stream, he's going to join us in studio. So you get your double eye candy.
Yeah.
Randy Beamer and Charity McCurdy.
And we'll actually put the camera on Randy instead of me so you can see Randy. I like that.
We should probably put all cameras on Randy.
You know, that's not a bad idea.
Just
So
a
you can get
split
like
screen, 2 angles of Randy Beamer.
Yeah. Get a hovering cam.
Yes.
You know, I've got a little drone at home I could bring.
We could have a little studio drone. Very cool. Eric loves it when Beamer is on board. Cool man.
You know, that's a good question, Eric. We have to look at the calendar. Maybe we can get them to come in special that day. That would be cool.
It is a Friday.
It is a Friday.
Yeah.
So I think we start with the press conference with Randy and then get into the second segment
Totally
about Project Marvel. I have it opposite on the rundown, but that was my bad.
I mean, I'm sure he must know that we got to ask him about that, but I'm going to just text him anyway.
Yeah, just to make sure. Yeah, I don't want to surprise him. We like crowded studios, though. Travis? I'll get it.
Now, Echo, that is a good idea. An audience of one. We should, like daily or like on Fridays.
Just bring one person in.
One person who wants to come
Sit
in
him in the corner.
and be our studio audience.
Sit him in the corner over there so they can watch us.
Our audience of one.
I like that.
I like that a lot.
Well, you know what? We'll get on our next meeting. We'll bring that up.
Yeah, Echo. I think it's a great idea.
That would be fun, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what would really be cool is if we could come up with some red shirts to give them when they come in.
Yes, on a Friday, audience of one, and we give them a red shirt. Yes,
as their reward for coming in.
Our crack sales department on crack, I'm sure, is already on that, contacting Sammy's Embroidery.
Yeah, maybe we just go talk to Sammy and see what we can pull off.
That would be nice. Jacob volunteers. Very cool.
Little applause sign, I like that.
Yeah, when you applaud one person.
Yeah. Golf clap.
Yes.
All right. Almost time for Randy. Cannot wait.
Randy Beamer, the
Beamer,
Elvis
Beamer,
of San Antonio
Beamer,
radio,
Beamer.
excuse me, television news anchors. But now he's on radio. He's everywhere.
All right, here we go. Oh, wait. No, you got time.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Then we're going to hear from you on Biden's press conference. Then just after 8 o'clock, we'll hear from Randy Beamer on Biden's press conference. Also, Randy with the latest on Project Marvel. Do you know what that is? You will just after 8 o'clock. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Or about 17 congressional Democrats are now calling on President Biden to drop out of the race. The San Antonio Police Department is sending help to Houston following Hurricane Beryl, and a proposed law named after a murdered Houston girl would improve detention of illegal immigrants. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun this morning. Scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy skies, stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in low 90s. And then on Sunday, cloudy skies early, sunshine later in the day. Highs in the mid 90s. 75 degrees in Alamo Ranch. 75 in Hondo. 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:52.
San Antonio's first news big 8 o'clock hour. Fridays with Beamer. We will check in with Randy Beamer, his thoughts on the press conference yesterday by President Joe Biden. He will walk us through Project Marvel, which could revolutionize downtown San Antonio in a number of ways. Don't forget, Randy Beamer will be a big part of our Decision 2024 coverage. Next week, he'll be in studio, his analysis on everything that breaks at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. But we've been asking you all morning on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, your thoughts on President Biden's performance in that press conference yesterday. What do you think is next for the president and the Democrats? Charity, how do people let us know?
The absolutely free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI. You hit the red talkback button. Gives you 30 seconds to talk back and let us know your thoughts.
Just like Nick did.
This is Nick. Anyway, I just want to know why he was late to the stage. Come on, man. Have a good day, guys.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I was like a lot of you. I'm sure all three of us had the television on, waiting for that press conference, and it took a long time.
You know, maybe some behind the scenes meetings with some other world leaders were taking place, or he was preparing.
I think it was behind the scenes freak out.
Yeah,
you just
exactly.
called Zelensky Putin. What the hell?
What's wrong with you? Yeah. All right, here's another one.
Good morning, y'all. I think Joe Biden did a pretty good job, actually, especially for his age. I think we need to start talking more about Donald Trump's cognitive decline as well, because he is not level-headed whatsoever.
But I do not see a cognitive decline with Donald Trump, though. I don't.
I mean, he's had some missteps on the campaign trail. So I'm sure the fact checkers have been all over that as well. But, unfortunately, it comes down to the stamina, the energy level, the vigor. Those things really stand out to the public eye. And that's where Trump shines over Biden.
And think about this. You elected Joe Biden in 2020. He was the oldest elected president. Donald Trump, 3.5 years younger than Joe Biden. If you elect him in 2024, while he is in office, he will age to the same age that Joe Biden is right now. So, I mean, you talk about, while you say, Mr. T, and I would agree with you, you're not seeing a lot of evidence of a cognitive decline in President Donald Trump. We keep electing these presidents in their late 70s. You can expect that. You got it with Reagan. It happened while Reagan was in office.
Is it time to go younger?
A lot of people would say yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, polling shows no one, or a majority of people, didn't want this rematch. That looks like it might happen, might not. I don't know. We'll stay tuned to next week when new developments might take place.
This is amazing, isn't it? I mean, here we are. We're getting close to both conventions, and yet we don't really know who's running. I mean, we know one side of it, but we don't really know the other side of it yet. All right, we got time for one more.
President Biden did address some substantive issues in his remarks yesterday. But it seems that everything that he discusses is scripted, is rehearsed. It is addressed before the debate, and he was prepared to talk substantively only on certain
topics, yes.
Yeah. And I think on a certain level, you know, if you're the staff of a president, whether it's Trump or Clinton, you want to prepare that candidate as much as you can. Obviously, Trump is much more of an extemporaneous speaker than Joe Biden is.
Amen.
And he's able to recover pretty well when he goes off script. And I think that's the problem that the president runs into. You know, we heard him use the word, I think, anyway, at least 9 times when, you know, he would trail off on his thoughts.
And Charity, did you play the anyway drinking game last night?
Not on a school
it was
night.
a work night. I can't do it.
And what got me was when he kept looking at that card. He had the card with the, anyway, he told us he had a card with all the reporters' names he was going to call on, and then he couldn't find it.
I think he was losing his place. He didn't know which name was next. I don't know if he didn't have a pen to cross off the names as he called on them.
That was not a good look, though.
And
it was not a good look.
All right. It's always a good look when Randy Beamer is on this show, and he's always good looking. He's a very attractive man. Fridays with Beamer coming up just after the top of the hour. Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know coming right up. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
Screaming right now. And we're back.
Woohoo! Randy Beamer.
Beamer.
You know him, you love him. You can't get enough of him.
We like him. We love him.
We like him. We love him.
We can't get enough of him.
We want some more of him.
M.E.N. Armindia.
One more hour. Wow. Eric says, and again, most people in here know, and again, there's the people I see in the chat know, Eric takes amazing portraits of veterans. And we're going to have an event here, or we're going to have Eric on board on Friday, August 2nd. We hope to invite some veterans in to be photographed. And he has a major event on Saturday, August 3rd. But he writes, the Bexar County Military and Veteran Services Office wants to start working with me and help spotlight a veteran and share the portrait on their social media. That is huge, Eric. And I love it. And I think this is just going to keep growing. It's because when people see these portraits,
they're fantastic.
Yeah, they're so evocative and so well done. I love it. So, I mean, you got Bexar County Military and Veteran Services Office wants to work with you. We want to do a thing with you on this show. I think it's going to keep growing, man. I love it, love it, love it. I think when Randy Beamer sees this, I would love to see
on the record.
I would, or a Randy Beamer KLRN documentary on what Eric is doing.
I like it.
I think Randy would dig it. He's got the dancing girls.
Yeah, he does. You know, he's actually moving pretty good for his age.
Yeah. I mean, he's roughly my age with my back and my knees.
Oh, yeah, right.
I can't do that.
Here comes Charity McCurdy, everybody.
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden is defending his decision to stay in the presidential race, and the manhunt is over for an alleged cop killer in Texas. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, a high in the upper 80s, stray shower possible tonight, a low near 75. Get a move on. It is 75 degrees. Well, President Biden hosted dozens of NATO members during this week's NATO summit in Washington, D.C., and there's a lot of focus on his gaffes. Fox's Kevin Corke has more on Decision 2024.
This was meant to be a moment to shine for President Biden to celebrate the strength of the alliance and its ability to keep the peace worldwide. But Biden, while welcoming Ukraine's president, botched the intro in the worst way possible.
Now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Speaking following the 75th anniversary of NATO, the president did his very best to draw a distinction between how he views the alliance and how his predecessor does.
Where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball? I mean, look, he's done virtually nothing.
Still, with polls showing former President Trump with a sizable lead over Biden, doubts about the current president's prospects are growing. That, according to officials and diplomats. In fact, some European leaders took time to tout increases in defense spending.
And another Biden gaffe came as he defended his running mate, Vice President Kamala Harris, answering a question about her fitness to replace him if she had to.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, so I think she's not qualified to be president.
And the list of Democratic lawmakers calling for Biden to drop out of the race is growing by the day, especially after that press conference. Here's Fox's Matt Finn.
Senate Democrats met with President Biden's top advisors. Fox's Chad Program reports the advisors did not provide any polling data in the meeting, and it ended up just being a fancy campaign pitch that failed to ease any worries. Now, given the historic Biden debacle, there's pressure on House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries to keep the party aligned. Jeffries says House Dems are having candid, clear-eyed conversations about Biden. At the same time, one of the most powerful leaders of the Democratic Party, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, has now publicly signaled she's waiting to see if Biden will drop out of the race after she insisted he would stay in.
There are now at least 17 Democrats calling for Biden to drop out. Well, a suspect is in custody in the shooting death of a Harris County deputy. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez says deputies arrested 44-year-old Ronnie Palmer at a home in Northeast Harris County last night. Palmer reportedly pistol whipped an employee at a Little Caesars Pizza late Wednesday night.
A customer had become irate because apparently the staff here had given him the wrong order or something to that effect.
After 28-year-old deputy Fernando Escueda found the suspect's vehicle, he and his patrol unit were hit by gunfire. Escueda later died at the hospital. As power outages from Hurricane Beryl get restored throughout the Houston area, Governor Abbott is calling for a probe into CenterPoint's handling of it. Abbott is still overseas on an economic development trip in Asia, but tasked the Public Utility Commission to investigate why it's taking so long to fix the power distribution issues from the hurricane and other weather events.
So I understand they have a tough job. We're going to investigate it. We're going to get to the bottom of it.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says it's important to make sure Centerpoint was as prepared as it could have been given the unpredictable nature of hurricanes and other storms. Well, get ready. More traffic headaches are in store for drivers this weekend.
TxDOT says as part of the ongoing I-10 Loop 1604 expansion project, Loop 1604 westbound will be closed from Lock Hill Selma Road to I-10. The eastbound feeder of Loop 1604 will also be closed at the interchange along with the eastbound exit ramp to I-10. Those closures start at 9 p.m. tonight and run through Monday, 5 a.m. Police will be on hand to direct traffic. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
San Antonio police are investigating the death of a 2-year-old boy who was found floating in a pool at a Northside apartment complex. Officers responded yesterday morning to a missing person report at the villas of Vista del Norte. Amari Joby was found in the swimming pool of the gated community. His mother performed CPR until the ambulance arrived. The boy was later pronounced dead at a hospital. Well, CNBC is out with its annual ranking of the top states for business, and Texas came in third. CNBC reporter Scott Cohn says low rankings for quality of life and education kept Texas out of the top spot.
There's also a lot of things that Texas does really, really well, like workforce and technology and innovation. The chip sector is so important right now. And Texas, of course, the birthplace of the semiconductor, did really well, tied for first with New York.
Texas also got a positive ranking for the state's economy. Overall, Virginia came in first place, followed by North Carolina. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Got a programming note for you. At 11 o'clock this morning on the Clay and Buck Show, former President Donald Trump will lead off that show as a live guest. That's 11 a.m. Clay and Buck Show right here. Well, they got President Trump. I'll tell you what, we got Randy Beamer.
Hey.
Randy Beamer's going to lead off this 8 o'clock hour right after traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun this morning. Scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs in the low 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy skies, stray shower thunderstorm possible, highs in low 90s. And then on Sunday, cloudy skies early, a partial clearing later in the day, highs in the mid 90s. It is 73 degrees in New Braunfels, 75 in Von Ormy, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news. He is the legendary television news anchor here in San Antonio. And of course, now he is the host of On the Record. You see it Thursdays at 7 p.m. on KLRN television. They repeat it on Sunday. You can get all the episodes free and on demand at klrn.org. From somewhere in West Texas, Randy Beamer, how are you this morning?
Good. Buenos días y cómo estás?
Muy bien.
I don't know.
Muy bien, gracias.
Exactly.
Asi.
So, all right, Randy, out of the gate, a long-time television news anchor. You've covered conventions, campaigns. You've moderated political debates. Your thoughts on President Biden's press conference performance yesterday?
Well, I think several things. Democrats have now been, I guess you would say, sentenced to a continuation of a kind of civil war. It was just a good enough performance that it will, keep on having all of us talk about it and this particular issue instead of a Donald Trump Project 2025, hush money trial, sentence, verdict, whatever. I think the sound you heard last night was a lot of Democrats and just never Trumpers or whoever saying, I wish we could have had a debate about policy instead of whatever we're going to have now for the next 4 months.
So what do you think happens next, Randy? You think Biden will continue to remain defiant and just ride out this criticism?
And, I don't know him well enough, and you don't want to assume, those of us who've had, say, parents, or I had a brother with Parkinson's, you have grandparents who, died in their 90s, and you see little bits of things that happen to them, and you think, well, wait, is this Joe Biden? Is that happening to him? Well, it may or may not be. It may just have been, a series of bad performances. He may just be getting older. But we are all reading into it because of just the nature of looking at older people. It's kind of a Rorschach test. And so I think we're stuck wondering and covering that and focusing on that until he decides or somebody pushes him to do the next step.
And he has to do that pretty quick. Isn't time running out?
Yes, I think so. Also, you don't want to have people focusing on this instead of, if they're going to pick someone else, or, if Kamala is the next pick, then who do you pick for with her and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I think time's running out.
Yeah, and Randy, you're a big part of our Decision 2024 coverage. You'll be with us on board a lot next week as the Republicans hold their convention in Milwaukee. But, there's that Chinese, it's a blessing and a curse that goes, may you live in interesting times. How fascinating is this election, Randy? You've covered so many. We now have a president who there are concerns about his age and his cognitive abilities, and most of that now coming from his own party. It's just so unusual to watch this unfold.
And it's unusual that it's the Democrats at this point that are, bringing up the issue with their leaders saying, listen, we don't think you're the guy. Whereas by now we might have thought with all of Trump's troubles that it would be Republicans bringing up to their guy, hey, listen, with all your issues, maybe you're not it. And maybe that's also one of the things we should focus on is the difference between Republicans and Democrats right now is that at least Democrats are saying out loud what a lot of people have been thinking for a while. And a lot of Republicans had said out loud several years ago with Mitch McConnell and all the other leaders saying, Trump was unfit to serve, and then walking that back and now being his biggest supporters, that it's kind of ironic that it's Democrats now that are, I wouldn't say turning on their own. They're saying a lot of nice things about Biden, but telling him quietly it's time to go.
Great analysis from Randy Beamer. As we roll forward, we'll go from national to local. Randy's going to walk us through what Project Marvel is in San Antonio. That is coming right up. WOAI News Time, 8:15.
All right, Randy, we're here off the air talking to the people online.
Hey, Randy.
So this is like off the record. How are you? What's going on in San Antonio?
Oh, same old, same old.
What did you guys think of the debate? I didn't get to hear any of the show this morning.
You mean the debate or the press conference?
I'm sorry, the press conference. Yes, Vice President Trump.
Yeah, there was, look, he's a gaffe machine anyway, but there were some things that bothered me that he was doing physically. So I think that, something might be wrong with him.
Yeah, and I said this earlier, Randy. If this would have happened a year ago, the exact same press conference, because as Tim mentioned, he's a gaffe machine. He was 30 years ago. It would have been, I think, a normal press conference. But I think after that debate, there's so much scrutiny on him now that every mistake now is amplified.
Oh, yeah. Always what ifs we're going through. What if it would have happened a year ago? Would Democrats have gone ahead and picked someone else and everything would have been fine? Would they have been, I don't want to say stuck with Kamala Harris, but would they have Kamala or some kind of, internecine civil war over her?
Interesting.
So, but again, I think it's the contrast between Democrats and Republicans right now, where people were saying openly much worse things about Trump.
Yeah.
Several years ago after January 6th. And now suddenly, he's non-controversial, not making headlines. He has to go on Clay and Buck to get, to get people. I don't want to say that, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. So where in West Texas are you?
At a bunker and no, let's see, not far from the Rio Grande.
Nice.
Out past Del Rio right now, and somewhere between Del Rio and Big Bend. Going to be shooting some more. So I stopped by in Uvalde again, picked up a paper there and shot some more stuff on their square. Talked to a guy. Man, those people have gone through so much. There was this young kid who couldn't have been more than, 12 or 13, but was so eloquent. Just talking to him about, he had come out to the square to see his cousin. They have these wooden crosses with pictures all over them, and things on the square around the fountain. And that's kind of turned into the ongoing memorial where people just come out and sit instead of a cemetery. People come out and sit and talk to their loved ones. And he talked about how tough it is to watch what's going on, with the new, they just got a new police lieutenant. That's front page news. They had a new assistant police chief, front page news on that, him talking and about how the adults are, I don't want to say pointing fingers. He didn't say that, but basically that's that's something they have to turn away from, and they can't mourn their own people, but they've been through a lot.
And Randy, lots of people on YouTube saying hello to you. Kay, Eric, Travis, Echo. So
about 20 seconds.
Well,
Echo. We got to duck out of here in 15 seconds.
Hang on, Randy. We'll be right with you on the air.
Right
Hang
back.
on, brother.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then more with Randy Beamer. He's going to tell us about Project Marvel in San Antonio. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
Following his solo press conference, President Biden is scheduled to attend a campaign event today in Michigan. Governor Abbott is calling for a probe into the Houston power outages, and TxDOT road work will mean more highway closures on the city's northwest side this weekend. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather together.
A mixture of clouds and sun this morning. Scattered thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Highs in low 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy skies. Stray shower or thunderstorm possible. Highs in the low 90s. Then on Sunday, cloudy skies early. Partial clearing later in the day. Highs in the mid 90s. It is 75 degrees in Alamo Heights. 76 in Terrell Hills. And 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:20.
San Antonio's first news. That's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. A reminder, 11 o'clock this morning, out of the gate on the Clay and Buck Show, their guest, former President Donald Trump. Mark your, set an alarm on your smartphone, 11 o'clock this morning, the Clay and Buck Show with former President Trump. It is Fridays with Beamer. We're talking with Randy Beamer. We just talked about the presidential press conference with Joe Biden yesterday. But locally in San Antonio, Randy, and you covered this on your show, On the Record on KLRN, Thursday nights at 7 o'clock, Project Marvel. Some people trying to keep it under wraps, but you have kind of unwrapped it. What's it all about?
Well, this is a fascinating story, actually unwrapped by the Express News reporters Madison Isler and Molly Smith, with all of these requests for public documents that have been hidden. It's all about a possibly new and reimagined Alamo Dome, possibly a new Spurs stadium, southeastern part of the hemisphere, possibly a brand new convention center hotel and a reimagined and redone convention center called Project Marvel that the city's been talking about for a year and a half, and they uncovered this and found some of the emails with all of these groups that signed non-disclosure agreements, including UTSA that owns the land there, where the Institute of Texan Cultures is, and some of these other high-end construction companies and the city. So it's all in the works, but it would be to the price tag of maybe $3 to $4 billion total down the road if and when all of this kind of comes together.
Eek. I can't imagine there's a lot of folks out there, Randy, that don't want this. I mean, downtown makes perfect sense for the arena. We have Wemby. We want to keep them. But I'm sure the sticking point will be how much taxpayers are on the hook for.
Right. And now I should say, when we talk about the $3 to $4 billion price tag, that's for everything, if it all would happen all together at one time, but not on the backs of taxpayers, all of that money. This is something that all of these groups want to have happen kind of, accreting, through the years. It's something the mayor's been working on. It's something people with the Spurs have been working on, but together talking about it. And then they realize this is more than the sum of its parts. And that's, I guess, why they call it Project Marvel, or maybe just because it's a cool name.
It is a cool name, but look, it's an investment in the future because they will make a lot of money revamping downtown like that, conventions, tourism, all that. So this is an investment.
I think so too. And you can't forget that the Alamo Dome has repaid our investment in it many times over, even though some people will never be convinced of that, but it has. It was only $175 million cost. 100 and whatever it was years ago, 93 when it was built. So yeah, I think it's a great idea for them to talk about this. It's also a great idea for them to have non-disclosure agreements so they can maybe talk about it quietly. I'm sure they're not thrilled that the Express News got a hold of it and unearthed the name and all of this stuff. But that's one of the reasons that you haven't heard more about this in the other media, is because it's such a scoop, and it's based on these non-disclosure agreements and public document requests that nobody else in the media can really follow up to the degree that the Express News has done on this. So for right now, I think you're going to hear the most about this in the Express News.
Well, and kudos to the Express News, and kudos to you and On the Record on KLRN for shining more of a light on it. Is this secrecy, Randy, and these non-disclosure agreements, is it necessary? Is that the way business is done? Because you don't want it getting out too early before you line up, get all your ducks in a row, and present it to the public?
I think that's, you can have your opinions on that. I would, if I was in the, city hall or working on it, I would want it kind of quiet so that I wouldn't have people hammering on my every possible thought or move, or just a random thought expressed like, hey, maybe we should do this. But at the same time, then you have to wonder, okay, I just signed a non-disclosure agreement. Unfortunately, that agreement with a public records request just outed me and gave the media the whole story because I signed a non-disclosure agreement, which is not the way I thought it was going to work.
So, Randy, is there any talk of what will become of the AT&T Center? I mean, when's the earliest the Spurs can break their lease there?
That has not, at least publicly, been talked about with this Project Marvel and the stories on that. I hadn't asked Madison about that. Madison Isler, the reporter. But I think it's, 29? I don't know. You guys?
Not sure.
I think it's 2026 is the earliest.
26 or
yeah,
7?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that they'll be looking at doing that fast because at this point, with the timeline of building something new downtown, I don't think they could move into anything, even if they started it today by then.
Randy, we are looking forward to next week, the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. You are a veteran of many political conventions over the years, so we're going to have you on board as much as you're available as an analyst next week, and we're looking forward to it. We always appreciate it, Randy.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Just watch KLRN when you can.
Watch KLRN and don't miss On the Record Thursdays at 7 p.m. They replay it on Sundays, and you can get the current episode and all episodes on demand at klrn.org. Coming up at 8:40, Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show with a preview of his show this afternoon. And we have a very interesting talk back with a theory about the president's performance last night in the press conference. You're not going to want to miss it. Mr. T has some perspective on it as well. That's coming up. WOAI News Time, 8:27.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. Where in West Texas are you?
Rio Grande.
Actually, right now I'm in Del Rio.
Okay.
Oh, Del Rio. Okay.
Yeah, because somebody wanted to know if you've been out by Lake Amistad yet. Have you seen it?
I'm actually about 2 miles from there, and when I hang up, I'm going to go out and shoot some video out there.
How's the water? Is it way down?
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
But I'm thinking it is. I talked to a guy last night. I'm going back out to Big Bend. The river was way up for a few days. They got a little rain, and then boom, it dropped. So that could have been the same thing at Amistad, or being a few, days downstream. It may be going up now and then dropping.
Are you going to get in the lake? Do you have one of those inflatable cabana floats that can hold your drink on either armrest?
Yeah, that's a mental picture. I don't think anybody wants to have. Ew.
Just curious.
You want anything from West Texas?
No. Scorpions.
Tumbleweed.
Just kidding, man.
Yeah.
Don't bring any scorpions back.
Yeah.
Please do not.
Okay.
Are we going to see you next week?
Yes, I think so. I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to be back. What time is, or what time? When are the big nights in the
Tuesday through Friday?
Yeah,
it looks like.
Whenever you're available, Tuesday through Friday, and we know Wednesday you might be recording on the record, but Tuesday through Friday morning, whenever you're available, we would love you in studio if possible.
Okay.
Possibly, yeah. Wednesday I can probably make happen next week. Tuesday I'm not sure about.
Okay.
Wednesday through Friday.
Okay.
Well, and later in the week is even bigger because that's the VP
yeah.
reveal. I think Trump speaks Thursday night.
Thursday night, correct.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, if it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, that's huge.
That's perfect.
Perfect.
All right.
I'll see you then.
All right,
Enjoy
Randy,
yourself, man.
Be safe.
Thanks again. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks,
too.
brother.
How cool is he?
He's cool. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to talk to him real quick. That's why I told him to hang on. I
Very
don't know if you heard me tell him that we were finishing up. I told him, don't go away. All right, cool.
Yeah, off for 1 second.
Yeah.
Woo!
All right, we're back. Sorry.
We are back.
We were just discussing something of no consequence to anyone.
No. So now based on that, it's looking like Randy Beamer in studio
Wednesday,
Thursday, Friday. And it'll be a double eye candy.
Yes.
Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Yes.
And in fact, we're thinking of putting both
All
of these
the cameras
in this studio on Randy.
Yes.
So you'll get multiple angles of
Yes.
Randy.
I like that.
Throughout the morning.
That would be great.
Yes.
That would be stupendous.
Looking forward to
Tremendous. Wonderful.
Woo!
Come on, man.
So this weekend, it's the Astros
And
hosting
Rangers,
the Texas
yes.
Rangers over the weekend.
Beautiful.
Astros currently 5 games ahead of the Rangers coming into the series.
Let's make it 8 by the end of the weekend.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Do it, Astros. And strangely, the Rangers are my second favorite baseball team. If the Astros were not making it happen in the AL West, I'd pull for the Rangers. But I grew up in San Antonio. This is an Astros town. Just saying.
Just saying.
Eric says go Stros. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Good man.
Thank you, Bowden. Don't go away.
Okay.
As soon as we throw it to her, I got to talk to you about something.
Okay. Cool.
Strategy.
Strategery.
Strategery to the next level.
Yes.
But I want to make sure these
He
mics.
had a great point early, and I wrote it down, but didn't get back to it. Randy said it was like a Rorschach test.
Yeah.
We were all.
That struck me too. Yeah.
And again, it plays into what we're going to talk about
Yes,
at
it does.
8:40.
Yes, it
the
does.
experience you've had with elderly people.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that was very, very good. I hit my mind too.
Yeah.
I was, wait a minute.
It's like, wow, well, that's a big point.
All right, Charity McCurdy coming right up, everybody.
Woo.
.32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden returns to the campaign trail amid growing pressure to bow out of the race, and Governor Abbott wants to investigate the Houston power outages. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: partly cloudy, scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, a high in the upper 80s. Stray shower possible tonight, a low near 75. We're at now 77 degrees. Well, President Biden remains committed to his re-election bid, dismissing concerns from fellow Democrats. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Putting a bow on a NATO summit overshadowed by his domestic political challenges, President Biden says he is staying in the race to finish the job he started.
There's so much we can do still, and I'm determined to get it done.
In a news conference here, the president says he believes he is the most qualified to beat former President Trump, but understands the concerns of Democrats.
So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving.
The only scenario the president says that would change his mind is if he's told there's no way he can win, but adds no poll says that. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Meantime, former President Trump is set to reveal his running mate at the Republican National Convention, which kicks off Monday in Wisconsin. But North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, who's reportedly a top contender for the position, told Fox and Friends that Trump's decision is not set in stone yet.
Nobody knows except President Trump.
Other top contenders include Senators Marco Rubio of Florida and J.D. Vance of Ohio. Well, the manhunt is over for the suspect in the ambush murder of a Houston area deputy who was shot and killed late Wednesday. Here's Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez.
A collective sigh of relief by everyone that's gathered here and beyond, by those that can't join us, with the arrest of a wanted suspect, Ronald Ronnie Palmer Jr.
28-year-old deputy Fernando Escueda died at a local hospital. Palmer Jr. is also charged with aggravated assault as investigators accuse him of pistol whipping a Little Caesars restaurant worker. As power outages from Hurricane Beryl get restored throughout the Houston area, Governor Abbott is calling for a probe into Cedar Point Energy.
Abbott is still overseas on an economic development trip in Asia, but tasked the Public Utility Commission to investigate why it's taking so long to fix the power distribution issues from the hurricane and other such weather events.
We are always going to have big storms in this area. We have lots of trees that hit power lines. That's going to happen. But we have to be sure that they were prepared as they should have been before.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says barreled debris removal is double of the derecho in May that damaged windows in downtown Houston. There are allegations that CenterPoint did not do enough to remove tree growth from power lines. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, AT&T believes a hacker has stolen records of calls and texts from almost all of its wireless customers. The company announced this morning that the stolen data does not include the content of calls or texts or personal info like social security numbers or birth dates. It affects customers who were subscribed from May 1st through October 31st of 2022 and a small portion of customers in January of last year. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. We welcome in Dan Schwartzman live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Dan. Enjoy your weekend. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news are thanks to Randy Beamer. Weekends with Randy. Randy will be joining us extensively next week during the Republican National Convention. We're looking forward to that. Speaking of the Republican National Convention, the man who will be at the center of it all, former President Donald Trump, will be the lead guest out of the gate at 11 a.m. on the Clay and Buck Show today. Set an alarm on your smartphone, 11 a.m., Clay and Buck. You'll hear them with former President Donald Trump. And be sure to listen to the Joe Pags Show this afternoon. Joe still trying to figure out what Big Boy News Conference means. Good morning, Joe.
That's right, Chris. I have no clue why they called it the Big Boy News Conference. Going to be a Big Boy News Conference. Well, President Biden came out. He was over an hour late. And when he spoke, he called Trump his vice presidential candidate or something. And then he messed up a couple of other things. People asking about his age and how he can keep up and where's the energy? Why does he have to stop at 8 o'clock at night? Did a lot better than he did at the debate, but the bar's pretty low because that debate was definitely a low point. We'll see how the reaction keeps on coming in today. We'll have more of that audio. As we were playing it during the show last night, we'll re-rack some of it for tonight. Couple of big guests coming up. Annie Cyrus, who's from Iran, about different administrations in America and how they treat that country, plus former DOD Chief of Staff Kash Patel and more on the Joe Pags Show today at 5. News Radio 1200 WOAI. Have a good morning.
You too, Joe. Have a good morning. Joe Pags Show, 5 o'clock. And again, don't forget, Clay and Buck, 11 a.m. with former President Donald Trump. Well, we've been asking you all morning on the Talkback feature of the free iHeartRadio app, your thoughts on President Joe Biden's performance yesterday at that press conference. And listen closely to this one because I think it raises some interesting issues. Here it is.
Hey guys, this is Tony. When President Biden first started speaking last night, he had a little bit of a cough, his eyes were droopy, but then as the press conference wore on, his eyes became much more wide open and he seemed a little bit more alert. The same thing happened during the debate. His eyes became real wide-eyed, and I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that. Do you think that's drugs that are taking effect and the more he speaks, or what do you think that is?
And Mr. T, I saw both things happen. I
So did
noticed
I.
when he took the stage yesterday, it's like, wow, the eyes are kind of closed-ish, and he was, less energy than he had later. A similar thing happened in the debate. Now, you kind of had a deja vu on this.
Yeah, my dad, when he got diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, at the beginning of it, once he was diagnosed, I noticed his voice was the first thing. He would start coughing a little bit like Joe Biden was, cough, and then eventually his voice kind of went away, almost to where it was almost gone by the end. But I noticed that in his eyes. His eyes would droop, and then, I guess when he got better, they would open wider. But I'm not saying that Joe Biden has Parkinson's disease, but there was a similarity that I noticed there, and it was kind of bothering me.
And we all use our voice for a living here. And so we understand the voice goes out from time to time. But what struck me, I kept waiting for him to take a sip of water.
Yeah.
And he never did.
Yeah.
Was that even available for him? I don't know. But you wonder, does adrenaline kick in at some point? If it's not medication, is it, just pure adrenaline? He at some point it just kind of wakes up, or he's very passionate about whatever he's talking about at the moment. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just noticed there were some similarities, and I noticed it at the debate first. That's when it first hit me, that was, because his voice.
Yeah, the debate at The Voice was not nearly the voice,
right?
The authoritarian voice of Joe Biden that we're used to.
Exactly, and that's what I noticed, and that was my dad. My dad had a booming voice until the Parkinson's started coming, and then that was one of the first things that went, was his voice.
And of course, we had the reports this week of
I'm not
Parkinson's.
saying that he does have Parkinson's, but
I mean,
I noticed similarities.
There is speculation out there. There are White House logs of a doctor visiting at least 8 times for the president. And all of these questions, Charity, surrounding the former president, or excuse me, President Biden. And you just got to wonder, the focus seems to be on these things and not the types of things you want to focus on, which is policy in a run for the presidency.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the gaffes that the president makes are pretty major. You
Ukraine's President Putin. That's something that's not easy to get over. And then, of course, VP Trump when referring to Kamala Harris. It's cringe-worthy moments. And, once again, the president's going to have another opportunity to redeem himself. I don't know if he can at this point, but you got that NBC News sit-down interview with Lester Holt Monday in Austin. So again, another opportunity for the president. We'll wait and see.
That's going to be a big weekend, as Charity's mentioned. Already 17 congressional Democrats calling for him to step aside. I think that number is just going to grow. We hear the reports of Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama having private meetings about this situation. Keep an eye on it. We will be all over it. Coming up, a very appropriate earworm. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather coming right up. WOAI News Time, 8:45. And a big programming note, 11 o'clock this morning on the Clay and Buck Show, out of the gate, their guest live, former President Donald Trump. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden used a large part of his NATO presser to defend his decision to stay in the presidential race. Under 1 million power outages are being reported in Houston, with a bulk of customers not expected to have AC until next week. And AT&T says a hacker stole some data from nearly all of its wireless customers. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Partly to mostly cloudy today. Stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. 77 degrees in Alamo Ranch, 77 in Churro Hills, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 8:51.
For your weekend earworm, a song that will be Joe Biden's earworm this weekend. Here's The Clash.
Kay, you are welcome, and hopefully your dad works out, because my dad took a quick out when he was diagnosed. It was about 3 years, and he was gone.
My goodness.
Enjoy every second you can with your dad, Kay. Everybody have a great weekend.
See ya.